this from a headcount perspective, I can't, you know, contract. So, you know, like,
Hi everyone, I'm Shyla Patel. Welcome to the M&A Science Virtual Summit. To kick off, my dad Kison Patel has a few words to share.
Welcome, M&A brothers and sisters, to the M&A Science Virtual Summit. Our mission over the next 2 days is to make this the best M&A conference ever. This gathering of top-tier M&A practitioners is designed to share best practices, techniques, and ideas. Things are changing fast, and more than ever, we need to learn from each other. First, a big thank you to all of our speakers and moderators for making this happen. Each and every single one of them is a forward-thinking leader committed to evolving our industry. Thank you to our supporters, Guidehouse, BRC, Alvarez and Marsal, and VMware. They believe in the mission and really helped us get the word out. A special thank you to the DealRoom team, especially Maddie, Marcia, and Cons for making all of this come together. And a special thank you to my daughter, Shyla Patel, for being our Virtual Summit Executive Director. To briefly explain how we got here today, I spent 10 years as an M&A advisor, and after seeing many inefficiencies firsthand, I started DealRoom. I started DealRoom to bring modern information practices to M&A, basically show people a better life than spending all day in Excel, or even worse, also getting ripped off by virtual data room providers that charge per page. What I learned soon after starting DealRoom is that our whole industry operates in a silo. Everyone has their own approach to M&A, and it's usually pretty terrible because it lacks proven techniques. Our industry needed a platform for practitioners to share lessons learned. To solve this gap, the M&A Science Podcast was created. And after 4 years, the M&A Science Podcast grew to 15,000 listeners around the world. But more importantly, we beat Deloitte. And I'm serious, if you listen to their podcast and then listen to ours, it's 10 times better. We then realized we created one of the largest communities for corporate M&A. In January of this year, I published a book, Agile M&A, which introduces an agile-based framework for managing M&A. James Harris at Google proved to me that Agile has a place in M&A. Christina Amiri at Atlassian taught me how to make it into a simple framework that M&A teams can apply. The response has been amazing. I get emails every week from companies that are adopting the model, making huge improvements to their M&A approach. Today marks the next chapter. We're open sourcing the whole Agile M&A framework to allow any practitioner, including you, to make it part of your practice. Completely free. Together, we can make a bigger difference by making these lessons freely accessible and organized to train across organizations. This is how we'll evolve our industry. Over a dozen practitioners have already committed to expand the Agile M&A framework to cover every aspect of M&A, and we're extremely excited.
Somebody got a little too excited, you know?
M&A teams will mature their process faster, be more efficient, and better understand how to integrate companies and hit target outcomes more often. To follow the progress on this initiative, visit agilema.com, and I'll post a link. Now, I originally planned to kick off this conference with a summary of lessons learned from hundreds of interviews I've done. But there's been so much change happening around us recently, a health crisis, an economic crisis, and now our social crisis. And my daughter's been asking me some really tough questions about all this. And it's made me realize that whether it's overcoming personal goals or managing a large-scale acquisitions or even a national crisis, they all require change. And the approach is similar. And let's face it, the outcome of M&A is based on how well we can make change happen. So we'd like to share a discussion on what it actually takes to drive change. Shyla, how do you make change actually happen?
You need vision, leadership, and collaboration.
Well, let's talk about vision. What does that mean to you?
It's like having a purpose or a goal.
So I agree. It's answering the why and defining the purpose. And we definitely need to have a shared picture of where we want to go so we can identify with a common goal. And we talk a lot about purpose and goals at home. Can you share what your purpose is?
Yeah. Find what you love to do and be the best in the world at it.
Well, what it is that you love to do?
Cooking and painting.
Now, you mentioned leadership as the second part of change. What are the key skills great leaders have?
Discipline, listening, and empathy.
Well, can you give me an example of what discipline is?
Yes. When you wake up in the morning, instead of rolling around for an hour, you get up right away.
I agree. It's pushing yourself to get comfortable doing the things that you'd otherwise be uncomfortable doing. And it takes discipline to also change your habits and behavior. Can you tell me how you use discipline to achieve your goals?
Yes. I work 10 times harder than everybody else.
You're spoken like your grandfather. Now that's definitely the right mindset to have. Tell me about listening. Why is listening an important skill for a leader?
So you can learn new things and stay focused.
Yes, I've also learned that instead of pushing your own agenda, to focus on learning about the other person's challenges and goals, and this will help align you better to achieve more. Tell me about empathy. What does empathy mean to you?
It's like making the other person feel felt.
Yes, as the saying goes, people will never care how much you know till they know how much you care. People that feel understood will open up to changes. Now, back to that third thing you mentioned with collaboration. What does collaboration mean?
When everyone works together and helps each other.
That's a great way to put it. We move faster as an individual, but we can go a lot further as a team. So what's the one piece of advice you would like to share with everyone?
Give a hand up when you see someone that needs help.
So we talk about handouts and handoffs, but our audience may not know the difference. Can you explain to them what the difference is?
Yes. So, handout is when you give someone something, and a hand up is when you help someone with something.
That's a good way to put it. What's better and what really, really makes a difference?
A hand up.
Nice. Well, thank you for the discussion, Shyla. These are a few ideas for driving change we've been talking about. Love to hear yours. Please share some of your thoughts in chat. If you want to see another interview of Shyla, you can also actually search M&A Science in YouTube and M&A Science Shyla. You'll find a video that we actually recently did about leadership. And I'll post a link in chat as well. Now, Shyla, do you want to go play video games? Because I got to interview Dr. Karl Popp. So you got a choice. You can either go play video games or you can hang out with me and Dr. Karl Popp.
Video games.
You want to play video games?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. So our next talk, we're going to talk to Dr. Karl Popp. Technology is going to be a big driver of change. Technology comes as proven techniques and software. This means evolving your practice and iterations until you have a highly agile team culture and utilizing software tools to standardize practices and give you some superpowers. To help you understand the future of M&A, let's talk to one of the best M&A engineers dialing in from Germany. We're proud to welcome Dr. Karl Popp.
Thank you very much for having me, Kison. And Shyla, you did a great job.
You want to say hi?
Guten Tag.
Grüß Gott.
Are you hanging out? You want to play video games?
Video game.
All right, go for it.
Now?
Yep.
Okay.
Bye. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. He's cute.
Yeah, that's my approach. I gave up on homeschooling, so now I just put the kids to work.
Okay, that's fine.
Welcome, everybody. Today I'm here with Dr. Karl Popp, Senior Director of Corporate Development at SAP. Karl is a board member of the German Association for Post-Merger Integration, member of the German Association for Mergers and Acquisitions, and chairs the program committee of the European Workshop on Merger Integration. Today, our talk is about the future of M&A. We're going to be discussing what tasks are automatable in the M&A process. You feeling good about this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my most loved topics. And again, thank you for having me. I think it's a great way to share experiences and best practices. I love it.
Thank you. Well, if you want to kick off, Dr. Karloff, could you briefly describe your role at SAP?
Yeah, so I'm part of the corporate development team at SAP, headquartered here close to Heidelberg in Germany, and I'm running product due diligence and post-merge integration projects. And I'm also working on the definition of the M&A processes that we use at SAP.
Great. So first question, what is the future of M&A?
Yeah, I think the future of M&A is something that's a lot different of what we see today. Automation will play a major part in massive changes that will see a lot of the, I would say, annoying craftsmanship that you see today will be done by software automats and robots, and so we'll have much more time to focus on, mitigating risks, solving problems, planning integration, and such activities.
Now, how did you come up with the idea of automating M&A?
Yeah, so I work at a software company, and I see a lot of great innovation around me with, predictive analytics, natural language processing, machine learning, robotic process automation, all the buzzwords I see live happening around me. And I go back to my office, to my workplace, and there's like nothing of it. And that kept annoying me. So I started to work on automation of M&A processes.
Wow. What areas of M&A do you specifically look at for automating?
We basically look at the end-to-end M&A process. So from very early strategy to, closing the integration project. I've also done some work. I like to share stuff. So I've also created a new book, which will be out in German language at the beginning of July, and in English at the end of July, talking about, what are the tasks in the M&A process, how can they be automated, which data are used, and that could be a basis for, further automation.
Now, when you look at that ability to automate some of these tasks, are there areas that you think are generally easier than others? Maybe the sort of starting points?
Yeah, absolutely. They are. I mean, the best starting point is a data lake where you put some automation on top, and basically you could think of a data lake like the DataRoom. And there are companies out there who already offer certain automation on top of data rooms, and also some analysis of documents, analytics, etc. So that's the typical starting point where you have lots of data and can easily start to apply I would say, the household machine learning, analytics, and other tools.
I guess I'm curious, like what's the time frame do you see this? Because we're starting to see there's data rooms, and then you're starting to see the legal industry using contract analysis tools, but there seems to be a pretty big gap from that era to the regular practitioner that's coming in and typically doing diligence. What kind of timeline are you seeing before we see a big shift in this area?
I think it will take another 2 to 3 years, not longer, because competition will drive the technology forward, and also I would say the competition for just doing a better and more accurate due diligence based on this automation that you can use. Like examples in the software business are automatic tools to analyze licenses of open source components, and there are even tools who can do things that only architects could do, which is based on source code analyze the architecture of software products. So there's a lot of innovation happening. I think the key hurdle we have today is bringing all of that together, because in the end-to-end automation, you don't want to like have islands of automation everywhere. You want to have a joint basis to integrate all the automation that is available. And that will take some time, and the race is on, I would say.
What would you just rough estimate? We're looking at a 5-year, 10-year, 20-year timeline?
Yeah, I mean, so I've been a scientist, so I would say it's more like a guesstimate. Let's say like 3 to 5 years from now, it will be a different game with a lot more automation.
Wow, very, very cool to see that in a relatively near future. When you talk about like creating a data lake out of the data room and starting to do some of these more of the automated analysis, can this actual data change the M&A approach itself?
Absolutely, yes. So I believe, as I mentioned before, that there will be a shift of the human capacity in M&A processes on, away from searching and analyzing into, mitigating, taking decisions, etc. So if you look at other parts of automation, say you have like 4 weeks of due diligence, and you usually wait like 2.5, maybe 3 weeks for the results of the legal analysis from the legal advisors. You could have a draft version based on automated analysis today already, like on day 2, with the major risks automatically found. And then, it's a whole different game. You have like almost 4 weeks instead of 1.5 weeks. Assume that you have all the documents at the beginning of the due diligence. So it's a completely different thing that we are walking into.
I'm curious if we can define automating a task, because I feel like there's some pretty straightforward things, but then are we looking at like some of the contract analysis tools essentially give humans like the superpowers to really be able to be more productive? Maybe if you can just share your approach to automating processes in M&A.
Yeah. So, I mean, the area of analysis and even construction of legal documents is an area where we are very far advanced in applying modern technologies. So there are tools out there who can really do like a very fast automated analysis and identify certain risks, I would say, but also certain things that you're looking for, search, machine learning, and other things. There are also tools out there who can summarize contracts. So if you have like one contract and you have like 100 amendments that change the contract, there are tools out there who can basically summarize that and show you a quote unquote non-existing contract that it created that has all the valid clauses that are active today. And that's like, a huge jump in productivity that will shift everything we do there. And I see similar, I would say, advances in other areas as well. So for example, you could imagine that you have a data room and you basically ask the data room, an intelligent assistant, all the questions you have, right? And it answers based on the information in the data room what you do. So there's I would say unlimited opportunity there. And if you look at the automatability, you could basically look at the task and then see, what are the different activities in this task. And then you could look at each and every activity there and say, is it automatable or not? And many decision support, but also decision tasks can be automated today. So that's a huge thing that in the industrial wave of factory automation we had 100 years ago, like the work of the quote unquote normal worker was impacted. Now with the machine learning, it's more like a vertical automation progress that we have. So even highly sophisticated tasks could be easily supported, improved, and I would say supercharged with modern technology.
Wow. Can you tell me about some of the tools that can help?
Yeah, so we already talked. Let me beginning with saying, it's hard to get an overview right now what tools are out there. So one thing that's definitely missing is transparency on which tools are available for which tasks and how do they compare. Today, every practitioner would have to look at all the tools out there and then find his own decision matrix and then take decision. That's a very tedious task. So what we need, and you mentioned that, and you run this community, is an exchange of information, of experiences, of just feedback from using things like contract analysis or like analytics or natural language processing of documents in the data room, and share it in the community. So in Germany, we have a very active community with several working groups in specific topics. So legal is just one topic. There are also other topics regarding automation. And since I think about 2 months, we also published some of the results, also in English language, from the German Association of M&A in our magazine, which is called M&A Review, on the website ma-review.com. You could have a look there, and it's a running, discussion topic, publications, etc.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting, how you sort of have the network and you're sharing some of these ideas. I know with M&A Science, the initiator was the fact that all these different companies have their own approach. And I really focus on a lot of the people-to-people challenges, because that seems to be some of the most difficult things to really solve. And I don't think you can automate that stuff. So I'm kind of curious, I think there's certain things where we kind of look at maybe more of the checkbox activities, where, hey, we're looking for some pretty obvious things that are essentially the doomsday tomorrow type of risk. And hey, we got tons and tons of employment contracts, customer contracts to really analyze and look for the variances, which may identify other risks. But I guess with the human to human part, it kind of, we still have to do that. And I think that's been the area of focusing around the practices there.
Right. But it's also certainly, let's say you have in due diligence, you have a question, something seems to be, questionable, what's happening around a customer. Let's take like a fantasy name like Bosch, for example, and you say, hey, this customer Bosch, what's cooking? And you talk to the person at the target company. Even in this situation, you could have support from a, let's say, tool that shows all the relationships around this entity Bosch and all the massive information you have in the data room to give you a background without having to look through the 100,000 documents, what's in the data room around this customer Bosch and his complaints, for example, when drilling deeper into this topic. So clearly, person to person is important, but it's also augmenting and assisting in using all the data in the data room that a single person is not able to capture as a whole.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting view. Can you tell me, like, maybe just when you look at automation, what are the central goals out of that?
Sorry, the central what?
The goals your goals of automation?
Well, it's very simple. So the perfect automation would be basically two things. You have an end-to-end, I would call it platform or data integration layer, and you would have the opportunity to plug in different specific tools for specific tasks into that, and you're able to, apply all the magic that we talked about, even in also coupling data from different phases in the M&A process, go back and forth, and use the capability to really not only, let's say, compute, but also analyze and interpret large amounts of data.
So in short, you're basically cutting out a lot of the tactical crap so people can focus more on the high value activities that actually create value.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Have you seen much interest in this, or are people pretty satisfied with their current structure?
Yeah, there's a lot of interest in this. And as I said, we also identified that, the key thing that keeps people in M&A and corp dev departments from rapidly adopting tools is, it takes time to get a little more transparency, what's cooking in the market, and also, some time to, I would say, bulletproof that a solution is really the right one to use for screening or other activities in the M&A process. And there are lots of screening tools out there with lots of automation, but it's hard to figure out today without, having time to try 10 different solutions, what's the right solution for you. And this is where we need to put in some work and share experiences and information to have an easier time to select solutions which are right for the tasks that you want to automate.
Wow. I want to open it up. I know we have a pretty sizable audience here. If those of you watching have some questions, feel free to post them. I'd like to open it up to some Q&A.
Yep.
I don't have very many tough questions for you. I want somebody to ask some harder questions. I'm curious if maybe some of the most recent things you've worked on that you sort of see some pretty early signs that you're hopeful around.
I think that we will see a widespread use of specialized end-to-end M&A project management platforms, which are with or without a data room, but they basically run from a, let's say, portfolio management strategy, screening, all the way through the integration. So either the data room providers kind of fan out in the other phases, or specialized project management system providers will kind of provide that layer and would need to plug in data rooms. And that's already there, and that's a good starting point to add, further specialized automation tools, like, for example, legal analysis of contracts in a data room. That's also already there. So a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think you got a good point where there's always that central repository of the information, but then the extension comes in forms of APIs to really be able to plug that in and centralize it. So we're starting to see that, but then I think that also enables independency of companies to really focus on niche technology, but then still bring it back into that central platform.
Right. That's the idea, basically, to know, what are the data I need in different phases, for example, in screening, to compare different companies, etc., and then apply everything on top of that based on a quote unquote standardized API model. So that's where we should be going, hopefully in the near.
Great. So we got a couple of questions coming in right now. First one, why is it more challenging to integrate the businesses post M&A than the activities involved in the course of pre-M&A?
That's a very good question, and it's a widespread problem. I think that what you have to do is basically to focus as early as possible on questions and issues and problems and budgets and what have you regarding the integration. So at SAP, we've kind of massively changed what we do. I think in due diligence, we focus a lot on how we can make the integration successful. So we look at the target, of course, do all the target due diligence, but at the same time, we also do like preliminary integration planning and also trying to harden our plans to make them bulletproof, to make sure we have the budgets and resources of things we see coming up in post-merge integration. And we do one thing, which is sometimes also a challenge for myself. So we have the same people, for example, in product due diligence and in the integration project regarding product aspects. And that has increased the, I would say, the precision of due diligence results a lot, because the same person who has to stand the challenges in the integration based on the analysis that you have done in the due diligence. And that helped a lot to, let's say, ease the pain that many companies see in integration. If you start early, if you have like the same people doing that, that helps a lot to quickly improve what you do in due diligence to do better each time you acquire another company.
Makes sense. So really build this initiative early in the process. What does GDPR represent an issue with regard to the automation of due diligence or integration for sensitive personal or employee data?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, all the machine learning and analytics and even, you know, in a due diligence, looking at a list of employees of the target is all activities that are massively impacted by GDPR. And GDPR, if you look at machine learning, is one of the key issues we have there, because you want lots of data, but you can't use the data because it's personal identifiable information. As we say there, then you cannot use it. You have to, you know, massively anonymize and do other things. So GDPR is an issue, but you also have to see that the PII information is only, I would say, a small part of the data lake. Let's say modern and sophisticated tools have ways to either avoid or anonymize these data and work on the anonymized versions.
Got it. Another question is, do you envision the tools you mentioned being available for small middle market practitioners or primarily only for large firms?
Yeah, so that's one thing that I was chasing. So at SAP, we were looking at different tools for screening companies, and we saw that some of the tools are only offered as a service, and some of the tools are either offered as a service or like, you know, software. We wanted to, you know, only look at things that we can use ourselves, not by, you know, hiring somebody for screening and pay $50,000 to give us some company names. So I think there are still some obstacles there if you look at the screening tools, but there are also some new and innovative companies out there which offer, I would say, more affordable price tags for small and medium-sized companies as well.
So I got another question. Is there a best practice schema for ingesting a data room into a data lake so that analytics can be best performed? What tools have you tried so far which have given you the biggest impact on automation?
So I think the question is very good, and it poses one important thing that we need for automation. We need basically a, I would say, reference schema for the information or the data that we look at in the end-to-end M&A process. And one thing I've done in the information, my new book, I've basically built a quote unquote data model for the M&A process. And what you see there, of course, it's pretty complex. So that will be a part of the book as well. But to come back to your question, what I see is that there will be standardization of these data, which make it easier to kind of extract the information. And I would also say that you don't have to necessarily extract the data from the data room to create your data lake. It might also be like a federated set of information from earlier phases, data room, later phases that you might access to create your quote unquote virtual data lake. So it doesn't necessarily have to be extracted. But for example, if you look at the complexity of data, if you put up a data model for the due diligence phase, I think I had around like 1,000 data objects, about 1,500 relationships. And that's only due diligence and not earlier and later phases. So we'll still take a little time to come up with a appropriate schema. But there are also smart tools who which basically help you to get help and assistance to merge different data sources. So I wouldn't see that currently as a too big a problem to move data from one place to another.
So your book coming out, can you tell me a little bit about that? I'm curious to know, for somebody that wants to learn more about this topic, what can they expect to get out of it? Is it sort of just high level stuff that kind of gives them an idea, or you get a little bit more into some actionable things that they can actually apply?
Yeah, we wanted to basically create a book that's for practitioners. So besides the, I'd say, more academic view of if a task is automatable or not, there are also a lot of very hands-on things included there. Like, for example, questions that you might raise when you run the task. If you do, for example, intellectual property due diligence, what are the typical questions? What are the typical pieces of information that you're looking for, etc. So it has a lot of detailed information how to run certain tasks. Plus, it has the information about if it's automatable or not. And I'm also planning some further upcoming books, which will have like an overview of tools for these specific tasks as well.
Cool. Let's see here. I got another question. How have you justified the cost of automating your M&A process and the proposed return on investment? In other words, what were the key areas in the business plan to justify the cost?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I haven't done the computation yet. But I think the advantage you will get from having a lot of the information that you need to drive decisions, mitigations, maybe changes to the deal, more or less after a very short time in due diligence will basically provide the value that pays basically for the increased speed in getting, all the information and risks and things to be handled in due diligence, for example. So it's basically, as usual in automation, the speed and of course the value you get from the increased speed, but also the capability to process, huge amounts of data, finding paths. We talked about the Bosch customer example. So what's happening around Bosch, it might be hidden in 1,000 documents. So you don't have to spend another night reading 1,000 documents to find something out and interviewing people, etc. But you will have the information at hand and can basically follow the red tape through, connected things in the data room, for example.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's going to be an interesting world going forward.
Yep.
Any other questions? Anybody else have anything? I'm pretty close to running out of my questions. Do you have any advice you want to share in terms of others? It seems like we have some just general interest where people are curious about this. And I think especially with a lot of corp dev teams that run M&A on large scale, where they want to be on the forefront of not only the people-to-people approaches, but also using the technology to be able to scale their M&A process. Maybe if you had some just general advice you'd like to share with those practitioners.
Yeah, maybe very simple. Two things. So one is, if you're interested to make the integration successful, you better focus on preparing to make the integration successful, not just signing the deal and leaving happily and somebody else has to take care of the aftermath. It's work that you have to put into to plan for integration success. And the second thing is just stay tuned to what's happening in the increasing automation in the M&A process and the many things that we see in other places, be it Alexa from Amazon. You will soon have also on top of the data room to just ask question, what information is in the data room, how things are connected, etc. So the automation will be there, and just grasp it and run your process better.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like the Lexus example. I think that's starting to become a reality. I'm not sure if you saw the Google Spreadsheets demo where they have a similar example where you can essentially ask a spreadsheet of data a question, it'll synthesize and give you a response back.
Right.
So it's definitely on the brink. So last question, Dr. Karl, what is the craziest thing you've seen in M&A?
Yeah, I think one of the craziest thing is what I call cascading integrations. You basically acquire a company who has acquired another like 5 to 10 companies, and you want to integrate the company. But what happened in the past, the other 10 companies weren't integrated. So you suddenly have to integrate 11 companies instead of 1. So that's certainly a huge challenge to kind of, integrate a lot more companies, entities, operations than you basically could foresee before you jumped into due diligence.
Yeah, that tends to lead to a pretty big mess.
Yeah.
So I actually got a couple more questions if you want to hang out and answer them.
Yeah, cool.
They just all popped in at the last minute. So do you foresee the valuation of firms diminishing down due diligence to ongoing COVID crisis? If yes, do you see and recommend this to be the right time to ink the deals? That's kind of about the deal market in general.
Yeah. So if you exclude, I would say, companies in deep financial trouble, the first question is, who wants to sell their company in the COVID crisis if they are kind of financially viable, right? So it's not a market out there we can say, oh, now the strategists can easily buy cheap companies if they don't want to sell to you because they want a higher valuation. Then you have a tough time to really cherry pick very good companies for a very low price. Again, unless they are in financial trouble and you come in as a savior. So it really depends on the specific market for target companies that you're looking at. Even if the valuations, quote unquote, in theory, will go down because all the projections, etc., might be not very good with pre-crisis numbers. It's really, I think, still a tough market because, as a founder, you don't want to sell if the market is down, obviously.
Got it. Next question, Dr. Karl Popp. Have you seen more companies using automation during the COVID-19 shutdowns, or has it slowed down?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at crisis in general, and I have to come back to SAP where I work. Crisis, no matter if it's financial or health or others, is always creating pressure for companies to increase productivity, to lower cost, and it usually leads to an increase in automation. And that's also what we see today from an SAP point of view. SAP has always been sailing through crisis in a very healthy manner because crisis creates a need for more automation. There's no question about that.
Yeah, I would agree with. I think that's what I've heard quite a few times. Let's see here. I wonder what your thoughts are in automating your M&A process and how you may be able to do trending across multiple acquisitions.
Yeah, so there are tools out there. And if you look at, for example, companies like Midaxo or others that basically provide you with a portfolio management and overview of potential deals in different pre-deal phases, and also analytics across different deals that will be done, that are in due diligence, that are in integration. So there will be a lot of, I would say, if you have like an end-to-end process management tool, there will be a lot of opportunities to compare different companies, different integration projects, different, I would say, swim lanes in the pre-deal phases for selecting different companies. I think that is already out there. I haven't looked at very detailed what exactly is there, but I've seen some glimpses of cross-deal, cross-process analytics that it can use to compare, improve things that you're doing in different deals.
Very cool. I think that's all the questions I have, Dr. Karl. I really appreciate your time today in this conversation. Maybe if you want to just sort of, I know you had a book coming out, if you want to sort of add a little color or where people can learn more about it, and go from there.
So, it's very simple. Go to my website, drkarlpopp.com, and there will be information about this.
Great. Hey, thank you very much. Everybody else still with us? We will get the next session going here in about 10 minutes. It'll start in the hour. So with that, I got to switch over to transition.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Awesome. We have aligning strategies with your M&A process. We'll see you all here shortly. Thank you, Dr. Karl.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah, we still got a
How you
little bit of
doing?
time. I got a transition slide up, so
Looks good.
yeah, it's going good. We got through the first session. Had a little issue with our capacity, but I got Zoom fixing that, so should be all good.
Yeah, I saw some of it.
Yeah, they're fixed it now. Perfect.
Hi, gentlemen.
Hey, Scott.
Looking sharp.
It's the first time I've dressed up in 4 months.
What were you doing like that 1 month before COVID hit? And you
Also not dressing up. Also not dressing up. How's it going so far, Kison?
it's going pretty good. I had did you see the first part? The little
I
welcome
did
remarks?
not. Unfortunately, I tried to clear as much of my work day as I could. And got some stuff done this morning.
Yeah, I did it with my daughter. It was fun.
Oh, I saw that. That's good.
But yeah, we had the Dr. Karl Popp, his interview. So that was fun. He dialed in from Germany. This conference wouldn't be complete without some German engineering somewhere.
Did you see this question about 100 participants, Kison?
Yeah, I got it fixed with Zoom. There's a tiny little setting that was buried in their million menu items that they didn't tell me about. Because I confirmed everything with them. They said we're good to go yesterday. And then they came back and said, or we saw we hit it. But I already see we have already 130 attendees up here.
Right.
So looks like we're getting past. But now my inbox is full of people I got to respond to while you guys chat.
Hey, Mel. Okay. Put it on the stairs. I got my fern, well, some sort of plant here.
Oh,
I got two. Got one.
I love the behind the scenes action, guys.
Had to have some greenery. Have you guys watched that Zach Galifianakis Between Two Ferns show?
No.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, it's hilarious. He just roasts these famous people that go on that show, and he just in the perfect like dry wit just gets after them. So I LOI today and just wrapped up a purchase agreement to close a deal on July 1st. So
Wow.
trying to keep busy.
We have like nothing going on right now, unfortunately.
Does that mean you're kind of chill, or do people?
I'm helping out the integration team a little because there's some, we closed 2 deals earlier this year, but and then there's, you know, deals at the end of last year that we closed, but and then there's a couple licensing oriented deals I'm kind of been helping out on, but for the most part, no, I'm way less busy. It's you know, we're trying to preserve capital right now, and a lot of people took pay cuts, so there's it would kind of look bad to spend, you know, tens of millions of dollars on a business when people took pay cuts.
Do you have kids?
No, I don't.
Lucky
How about you
man.
guys?
Go ahead.
We met Kison's.
All right, I'm muting myself. Marsha's online. I'm turning it over to her.
Hi, my name is Marsha Lewis, and I am the Director of Marketing at DealRoom. And I'm just going to be introducing our speakers for our next session. So our next session is Aligning Strategy with Your M&A Process. And our speakers are Ben Sutton, Senior Manager of Corporate Development at NCR Corporation, Scott Kaeser, Executive VP of Corporate Development, U.S. Security Services at GardaWorld, and Sean Corcoran, SVP of Corporate Development and M&A at Neustar, Inc. And I will let you guys take it away.
Hey, Sean. Hey, Scott. How are you guys today?
Hello.
Good. Ben, how are you?
I'm doing well. All right, so I guess we can go ahead and get started. So I guess best place to start would be, can you both briefly describe your roles at Neustar and GardaWorld, respectively? So Sean, if you want to start.
Sure. I assume you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, great. So first of all, everyone, thank you. First, sort of the proverbial all views are my own disclaimer, including the view outside my window, which it might be a little bit too bright to see. I'm based here in Arlington, Virginia. So welcome from Arlington, Virginia. Second, thank you to the M&A Science team. This is really just a tremendous conference and event. So it's a one of a kind. So we're actually, you guys are really blazing new trails here. So congratulations on putting this conference on. Second, my fellow panelist, Scott, thank you. Ben, thanks for trying to moderate the two of us as well. Good luck. So first, who is Neustar? Neustar is a global information services leader across marketing solutions, fraud and risk communications, and security solutions. Personally, I've been with Neustar for 20 years. I partnered with the original management team, the founding management team, who formed the company along with private equity. I've been part of the company developing the inorganic and organic strategies for all of our current operating divisions, which I mentioned earlier. We've grown the company to over $1 billion, and along the way, we've done about 45 different deals of various flavors. I have led corporate development for the most part of the 20 years, with a few kind of operational and strategic planning stints along the way. Currently, corporate development's role spans the entire life cycle of the M&A process, really starting with strategy and then ending with hopefully a successful handoff to the operating team during the integration process. I kind of view our role as the design build general contractor, where you're in at the beginning and then you're also there through the warranty period. Over the time, the role of corporate development has shifted quite a bit. Originally, when we were much smaller, corporate development was the primary advocate for doing a deal. And over time, corporate development's now one of the primary roles, and one of my primary roles has been to ensure that we've got a a deal champion from the business side who can ultimately be accountable and responsible for the deal's success.
Thanks, Sean. Scott?
Scott?
Thanks. Thanks, Ben, and obviously thanks to Kison and DealRoom. Kison, I think we've known each other for almost 5 years now, so it's a pleasure to be part of this conference, and really appreciate all the hard work you and your team have put in to get us here today. Obviously, Ben and Sean, thanks as well. Ben, thanks for putting up with us, and Sean, always a pleasure to be a panelist with you. You know, a lot of my role and my corporate development activities mirror Sean's. I'm currently an executive vice president of corporate development for GardaWorld. We are a global security services firm, $4.5 billion in annual revenue. We're headquartered in Montreal. Our US headquarters is in St. Louis, and my role is performing corporate development as part of the executive team for our US security services division, which is about $500 million of annual revenue. I lead the entire corporate development team and process for that US division. So everything from strategy, executive level participation and development of that, through origination, diligence, contracting, integration, and as Sean said, handing it off to the operators once we feel like the acquisition is in a good stage. So that's a bit of my current role. We do about 5 to 10 acquisitions each year. So high deal activity, generally smaller deals, anywhere from $1 million to $20 million of purchase price, and then really just tucking them in to build market share. Prior to, I've been doing this at GardaWorld and the company that GardaWorld acquired prior to that for about 5.5 years. And I've been in corporate development roles for a little over 10 years in some various industries in the customs brokerage and logistics industry, in software and information services. Prior to that, I was a management consultant, and I started my career in Ernst & Young's corporate finance group. Back to you, Ben. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Scott, and thanks, Sean. Good overviews, and sounds like you both have a lot of experience in the full life cycle of an M&A transaction. With that, how would you guys describe, or how would you guys say that strategy drives M&A transactions more broadly?
So this is Sean. I'll start it off. First, I think one of the sort of clarifications with strategy and M&A, I think, is just M&A by itself is not a strategy. Many times in absence of a strategy, companies will try to buy their way into one. And that's just a common mistake that you see with operating executives. I've seen that throughout my career. I really view M&A as a tool. It's a really powerful tool that can help achieve a company's strategic objectives and really accelerate achieving those company objectives. So in terms of strategy, we view it as the common guidepost for all the phases of acquisition. So starting with qualification, screening, informal due diligence, formal due diligence, deal execution, and then again, all the way ending in integration. It's also important that all the members of the deal team, including the advisors and third-party consultants and accountants, lawyers, need to have a clear understanding of what the overall strategic objectives are of the business. And then you can kind of have clear strategic alignment between that and what you're trying to accomplish in the overall deal. Ultimately, making certain that happens, it really just helps focus and streamline the overall effort, and it actually simplifies the overall effort. I think great athletes talk about how the game slows down, and that's what having a clear strategic alignment does when you're doing a deal. It really just slows down and simplifies what's an incredibly complicated process.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, Sean, and I like the comment that M&A is in of itself not a strategy. I agree. In my experience, you've got a lot of smaller and mid-sized PE firms looking to acquire and grow businesses and create value for shareholders. And in the last few years, decade or so, there seems to be a much stronger push to complement the traditional organic growth routes and value creation there with an M&A strategy, an inorganic growth strategy. And I think we've seen the complement and the recognition that M&A can't be ignored as part of your growth strategy in the more recent times, where there's more deal professionals, there's greater demand for corporate development teams to be built within organizations and have a corporate development function as one of the functional areas of the company. And I've seen with great success how adding that M&A and organic growth strategy can accelerate value creation for shareholders. You just have a much more accelerated growth trajectory and aggressive growth mindset in the company that permeates from the executives all the way through the entire organization. And as most or all PE owners or family offices or even public investors are going to want that return and value creation, and accelerating that is definitely something that is going to be evaluated and considered, and having M&A add to that growth trajectory is a great way to obviously build that growth, that aggressive growth culture in the company, and frankly also just show on a P&L this growth trajectory that investors want to see in order to create value. The second point I would add, just as it gets more into really aligning your M&A strategy with the overall strategy of the company, my biggest experience would be that corporate development has to be associated and tied to the executive level decision making of the organization. That doesn't necessarily mean that the corporate development representative is a C-level person, although they need to have a seat at that table. And I have direct experience with that at Livingston, which was a logistics, freight brokerage and customs brokerage company, where I was a fairly young corporate development professional, but had a seat at the table with the 8 other functional area executives and the CEO as we determined where we were going to place our bets as a company, where we wanted to grow and how we used M&A to complement that strategy. Having that seat at the table led the M&A practice and the strategy and corporate development to really align well with the overall growth trajectory and the objectives of the business, so that our deals were successful. You had buy-in from all functional areas, from the executive leadership group on down, so that when issues came up, when, as Sean mentioned, all the complexities of the M&A process kind of rear their head, you have support from all the functional areas and all the leaders of the company to fix problems and integrate the business well. In my mind, integration is 90% of the success of a transaction. The deal itself and the price and terms and the reps and warranties are going to be 10% of the overall success. Obviously, you have to get all that right, but having that integration go smoothly is paramount. And if you have that aligned strategy between the corporate objectives and M&A, you're going to have a much higher likelihood of success in the success of your transaction.
Yeah, makes sense. Sean, you mentioned that you need to align, diligence members as part of the broader strategy. Are there cases where they don't have a full understanding of the strategy, and how does that affect the deal, right? Or any transaction more generally? I mean, it seems like communication with those members at the execution stage, or even post-closing, if people don't understand the strategy, they're not necessarily going to drive to the result that you want. Have you seen a lot of that? What's your experience with that?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, as I mentioned, the strategy is really to simplify things, right? So it's to understand what's important. What are we trying to achieve? Because, as you negotiate a purchase agreement, as you work through the integration process, you have to know, ultimately understand there's going to be trade-offs, and you ultimately have to understand what are we trying to achieve as a company. And as deal teams grow, deal teams can be very sizable. I've seen deal teams that are twice and 3 times the number of people in the actual company you're acquiring. So the size of the target company. So when you have that size of a team, it's really important that everyone really understands, why are we doing this deal? Like, what are the ultimate objectives for the business? That's important as it relates to the organic business itself as well, but it's even more important as it relates to an acquisition. Obviously, there's a certain level of like blocking and tackling you need to do. That's just basics, and that's sort of table stakes. But ultimately, you have to know, what are we trying to achieve here? And from what I've seen, especially in the integration process, that can be, the integration itself can take years, and you may not get to the integration for 6, 12 months. So by that time, there's so much time that's gone by. You need to really make sure that the team is aligned ultimately why you're doing the deal to begin with. And that's critical. So, you set up processes and procedures, and you align the team, and you have a communications plan, internal communications plan, to address those concerns and issues.
Yeah, I agree, Sean. Good points. And it's a good question, Ben. You can have a lot of problems that pop up if your strategy and the rationale for your efforts and investment aren't clearly articulated through the organization, obviously at the leadership team, but all the way through, integration teams, which, as Sean mentioned, deal teams or integration teams can get quite large. And I think it makes sense to have the corporate development teams understand that it's their role to help communicate that overall strategy to the entire team. We sometimes can get siloed or stuck in a bubble where you just assume that everyone understands some of the strategic rationale behind your investment, and that's not always the case. It's clearly not going to be the case as you kind of work your way down through the organization. And taking a step back, having a broader understanding at the corporate development level or even at the leadership level as to why you're doing, the M&A is important. And I mean, for example, it can be simple. In my current role, it's really just about building market share. We're trying to become the largest, best player in the United States market and the global market, but for me personally and my team in the US. So to a degree, it's building that market share and building it quickly, building it with the right brand and the right team. I've been part of corporate development teams and acquisitions where the intention was to add a new product line or to really diversify the sales channels or the arrows in the quiver, as you will, for the sales team, so that obviously you can grow, but you're acquiring a business for that particular technology, and it's market share would come later. So understanding some of those key drivers for the acquisition will help obviously communicate that through the organization and then align your teams to participate in a successful integration and really to help achieve that overall strategy. As Sean mentioned, it doesn't happen over time. We always joke as corporate development professionals, we have to live with our deals. I mean, I get to deal with the fun and the not fun stuff that comes up with acquisitions that I did 4 years ago, 5 years ago, because they just assume the corp dev folks know where all the bodies are buried or the skeletons are, and generally quarterback the situation and know who to talk to and who to bring in if there's an issue or something. So yeah, we live with our deals. We want to make sure they go well. We want to articulate that strategy throughout the team, and we'll have to deal with less issues and field less questions if that strategy is more articulated throughout the whole organization.
Scott, are you saying that the corporate development team can be blamed for deals that closed 4 years ago?
Not saying that at all. I thought Kison had me sign that disclaimer. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I love saying, well, look, you've been operating this for a year, fix it. But of course, I'm not like that. I think we all do take a pretty invested role pride in the success of our deals, whether it was done 6 weeks ago or 6 years ago. So yes, corporate development lives with our deals, and we will, I will take responsibility and work with the business to make sure the train stays on the proverbial tracks as long as it has to.
Great. Thanks guys for that. So next question would be, how would you guys best source deals to achieve your strategy?
Sure. So I'll take a stab here. Ultimately, corporate development is and has been the owner of the list, but deals can ultimately get sourced from anywhere. Corporate development can source deals, the business unit, investment bankers, investors, private equity, sponsors, existing partnerships can turn into acquisitions. I've even seen situations with friends and family. Really spans the whole gamut. What we're really focused on though is setting up a set of strategic filtering criteria that established early on in the process, so that you can cut out all the emotion and the noise and the underlying process. And you typically, from my perspective, it's even best to do that even before you set up a separate set of criteria that are more kind of financially oriented. And these filters should be and are typically tailored to the specific company, the business unit, and can include things like Scott mentioned, increasing distribution or share, targeting large markets, growing markets, accelerating the product roadmap, adding additional technical capability. And there's even sort of defensive considerations as well, which, are taken into account in this criteria. And as I mentioned, I think setting up this criteria is just really helpful in just cutting the noise out of the process, because the list can get very long. And then ideally, there's within a company or business unit, there's typically some sort of regular strategic planning cycle. So whether that's annual or sometimes there's quarterly check-ins and refreshes, it's important that market scanning and candidate identification are at least topics of that underlying process. So you begin to establish a list, sort of rank and prioritize different opportunities. Obviously, there's going to vary company to company, but I think that's also an important part of the process, that corporate development gets involved really early in strategy development.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. And you said it, Sean. I think that list is vitally important. I mean, it sounds so simple, and in many cases, as it is, my list in the 2 corp dev roles where I've been more successful was just in Excel, but there was a very robust list. And I guess my advice would be, at least from my own experience, to lead corporate development down the path of success is to be the owner of that list. In many cases, you may be coming in to the beginning of a corporate development function with no list, and therefore you get to create it. Sometimes that's easier. It's definitely easier said than done, but sometimes the information availability is on companies, both the names of companies, the geography, if you're lucky, the size, whether it's people or revenue, or God bless you if it's EBITDA. But building that list and having corporate development be the owner of that list and the manager of that list. And I say that because it is active, right? You're always adding to it as you learn more information through networking or calling and other efforts. You're going to update the information on the list. I also use it to keep notes, when I'm talking to owners or even brokers or bankers, keeping notes on targets, so that I have, me as corporate development and my team has the most information on the marketplace, and the next step to that, as Sean alluded to, is then when you're bringing that list, sometimes you're bringing that list in a short form to many of the operational leaders or geographic leaders of your company, and they're going to add to it, especially in the instances of looking for new products or markets to enter into. You're going to have a salesperson tell you, gosh, we just keep losing opportunities to this company because they have this functionality. Well, now you've got those company names or some research to do on that functionality to build the list. And those are the areas where networking within your own organization is going to help you refine that list. That list is going to be your, in my mind, database and the foundation of your deal origination. You know, phase 2, phase 3 for that is when you get well known enough in your market where deals are going to start to find you, whether it's bankers or brokers that know you're the deal representative for that strategic buyer. You know, then those are great. When the deals start to find you, obviously a little easier than making the cold calls from your list. But those various, you know, I think if you know, in terms of my advice for origination of deals, it goes back to, you know, owning that database, you know, completing it with as many fields of information as you can on the target markets. It can be pretty broad. You know, it may be, you know, some way out there opportunities and targets. And at the very least, when you have your strategy sessions with the leadership team, you know, either corporate development is bringing some of that up or some of the other business functional areas are bringing up those correlated markets that, you know, may be high in the sky, but at least it's worth discussing and strategizing on, and having that list as part of corporate development to me is paramount.
Yeah, very interesting. Would you guys say there's, you know, internal tension between leadership and maybe project manager or product managers and other strategic players for a lot of the prioritization of the list, or is there somewhat of a seamless process?
Okay. I'll take it. I mean, I think the answer is, yeah, obviously there's competing resources, cash, opportunity cost.
Right.
So the answer is yes. I mean, I think that's why, at least from my perspective, you got to take some of the emotion out of it and set a, you know, a real set of strategic and financial criteria that can help you filter these lists. These lists can get very long, but in doing that, again, it just simplifies the overall process and takes a lot of the underlying emotion out of it. So.
Yeah, you know, it's a good question, Ben. I mean, is there any like stress-free, seamless interaction? I mean, in my current role right now, I have exactly what you're talking about, which is lots of functional area leaders and geographic leaders all wanting to accelerate their growth in their area and asking for M&A help or time or investment to do that, because it's worked. I mean, we've got some good case studies. I was on the phone yesterday with the leader of our events security division, which has gotten pretty beat up over the last 3 months, of course, but we're doing screening, metal detector, you know, event screening for sporting events. And we do a lot of MLB teams, NBA teams, even NFL teams. We did the NFL draft. Obviously didn't do it this year, but you know, that business leader was giving me some examples of times where M&A helped or grow a market for them. And Las Vegas was a great example. We acquired a business in Las Vegas last year, and you know, of course, we took you know, the book of business there, but having that toehold or you know, beachhead in the market then allowed us to expand, and we've expanded by leaps and bounds. We signed up a lot of the larger casinos and event venues, and obviously looking forward to those coming back online here soon or now, and you know, over the next few months. So you know, that was an instance where M&A really supported the growth of a particular business unit, and because of that and other examples like that, I have a lot of competing voices asking for support and investment in their particular, in most cases for my current situation, it's geographies. And it's corporate development's job to gatekeep all of that. And it is a balance between the deal flow, the deal activity. You know, we get to a nice situation where you have more deals than you can do. So you can be a little pickier, but you can be a little more particular in valuation and deal terms, where we want to spend our investment and our time and efforts from a corporate development standpoint. So it is something that I think is pretty common. You know, Sean and I were talking in an earlier discussion, just you're pretty hard pressed to find a corporate development team that's overstaffed. We're typically a lean, very lean functional area, and you're going to have more demands placed on your investment and your time and energy than people that you can maybe designate or delegate to certain projects. So you're always balancing exactly what you brought up, Ben, which is how you devote your time. I think, the investors of a company, the executives of a company entrust corporate development to have the wherewithal to align the strategy, their strategy, investor strategy, board strategy with M&A, so that you're able to determine which direction you want to focus on and where you want to take your time. And does sometimes that mean you have to, say no or not right now to some pretty senior leaders within the organization? Yeah, absolutely. That happens. Try not to be an a-hole, and piss them off, because then your integrations won't go well when you finally get around to some of their deals. But, I think generally the business leaders understand where corporate development has finite resources and understands the need for patience. And the squeaky wheel will also get the oil. In many cases, if you've got a business leader that calls you every day because an acquisition just, opportunity came up that just cannot be ignored, and it has cross collaboration with current products or current customers or something. I mean, they're gonna keep being a bug in your ear to where that particular opportunity probably starts to kind of jump up the prioritization line and become something you can focus your time on. So yeah, it's always something corporate development teams have to focus on and be attention to.
Makes sense. Were there non-strategic reasons for the Las Vegas deal? Kidding.
I try and do my Southwest and South deals in the Chicago winter, and then I do my Northern deals in the summer. So that's a
makes sense. Yeah.
Corporate development strategy 101.
Okay. So how would you say that strategy impacts the success of execution and integration? If you have a more complex strategy, does that make executing and integrating more difficult potentially?
I'll take a shot again. I think the answer is yeah. Obviously, the complexity of the strategy is important to take into account, and then that obviously has to go into the deal calculus in terms of whether or not you're going to proceed or not, and its evaluation and everything else. As I mentioned earlier, I think strategy is really that sort of guidepost that takes you through all the phases and just simplifies everything. And as you mentioned, execution and integration are really much, as I mentioned earlier, are much later in the process. And typically it can be 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, even 24 months by the time you get to these phases. And so you just really need to make certain that there's clear strategic alignment. And the strategic alignment objectives aren't lost by the time you get to these phases of the deal, especially as we mentioned earlier, as the deal team expands in size. And then again, as well, I think with respect to simplifying the deal, really a really solid communications plan, keeping team members updated as it relates to how the deal relates to the strategic objectives of the business. What's the mission of the business, and how does this deal help us accelerate that? It can be a very simple, okay, it just accelerates the product roadmap here. Or it could be much more complicated and transformational in nature. 10 years ago, Neustar embarked on really transforming the business into an information services company, and M&A was a key part of that. So that was very complicated, took many years, and we're still going through that today. But then you see much more sort of tactical acquisitions. But even those tactical acquisitions have to relate back to the strategy. Okay, we're trying to expand share. That makes sense. So we can expand share, and then we can cross-sell the customers. So again, I think it's really important, the communication plan to the deal team. As Scott mentioned earlier, the corporate development team itself is typically very small, but corporate development really is a virtual organization. So the team itself can be significant and can dwarf, as I mentioned, the target company, especially as you're dealing with much smaller deals. Plus, you're bringing in third parties as well, so there's communication required between yourself and the attorneys, the accountants, potentially investment bankers if you're leveraging investment bankers. So that communications plan is really, really key and to success in terms of communicating the strategy and continuing to communicate the strategy through the entire process.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. Making sure corporate development continues to communicate with the integration teams is paramount, as Sean just said. I mean, that's where you're going to get the problems are going to pop up with the acquisition is through that integration process. And if corporate development starts to disappear and expects to just hand off the majority of the integration teams to functional area managers and folks, you're going to have problems. And in my experience, I've had success where even now, where we close an acquisition and corporate development leads a weekly integration steering committee call with all the functional areas. Sometimes those calls, I mean, as Sean just mentioned, can be virtual. I've had 30 plus people on those calls, and not everybody's going to speak necessarily, but they're going to listen hopefully, and they're going to continue to hear the high level points of the integration process, and where corporate development continues to weigh in on the rationale, the strategy, the complexities behind the integration and the acquisition, so that everyone participating in those integration steering committee calls can continue to hear the strategy, and those take place months after an acquisition, and in some cases years if it takes that long. I mean, sometimes you have some fairly complex mergers of systems and processes and things that can take over a year. And those calls should take place throughout that time period, so that you don't have that, I guess, fade of understanding and communication and collaboration to maintain that strategic vision all the way through the entire integration process, so that you can look back during that time and have a successful transaction.
And on that, how would you define a successful transaction, Scott or Sean? Both on the execution side and on the, execution side, maybe it's closed, it's successful. I'm kidding. But the broad horizon, 4 years later, how is that defined?
Well, so defining a success with M&A is a challenge, and you see statistics out there. No one can really agree on the percentage of deals that are actually successful. And the problem is, again, it's the life cycle, right? So the actual measure of success is typically off into the future. It can be, like I said, many years. So it's not easy to do. As it relates to execution, there's just some obvious like blocking and tackling. You can measure success, whether it's valuation or certain deal terms. You can look at those and say, okay, where were we successful from a negotiating perspective or not? In the long run, do those have an impact? They can, but they're less likely. I mean, it's less likely you look back on a deal 5 years later and say, oh, if we really were, successful negotiating this representation or warranty, the deal would have been turned out much different. That said, it's not. I'm not trying to dismiss it. It's still important. But from my perspective, what sort of success, at least in the execution phase, is really number one. It's establishing the accountability and ownership up front before you close the deal, and part of that is really getting this sort of advocate, right? Deal advocate from the business side, deal champion who can champion the deal. So it's not just corporate development saying, this is a deal we want to do, and here's the reasons why. You've got somebody with a vested interest as part of the business who takes responsibility. So that, again, that's a key function within corporate development. And then sort of as you get into the integration phase, typically what I've seen work best is to set up a set of strategic criteria, strategic milestones, integration milestones that really kind of measure success and are we headed off course? Are we on track? Red light, green light, so that if things aren't going as planned, you can course correct. There's some sort of feedback loop, because things don't always go as planned, right? So you have to take some actions, typically with any deal, to address issues or potentially capitalize on opportunity. So success, at least in the execution phase, for me is really about setting accountability and ownership, and then setting these strategic integration milestones that lets the entire team know, the executive team, even the board know, is this acquisition on track or is it not?
Yeah, it reminds, the question's good. It reminds me of a quote from a communist minister in China where he was asked whether he thought the French Revolution was successful, and he said, "It's too early to tell." You know, to define the success of a transaction can take a very long time. You know, and it always makes me laugh when folks within the organization, you know, pat you on the back and say, "That was a great acquisition. That was a great transaction." You know, 3 weeks after closing or 6 weeks after closing, you're like, don't get too ahead of yourself, because you know, these things have long payback periods with the multiples that are out there right now. You got many years of making sure that business doesn't implode or that investment doesn't have major problems before you could really call it a success. That being said, of course, there's many milestones, as Sean just alluded to, along the way. We're structuring most of our deals with some significant seller holdbacks that are based in ours right now are based on revenue generation and achievement over a 6 to 18 month period after closing. You know, so that's one milestone for me, where depending on how, you know, we're obviously monitoring the business on a monthly basis, the acquisition on a monthly basis, but when we hit those holdback milestones, one area where I, you know, truly believe we've been successful in our acquisition process and our deal process is actually aligning our incentives as the buyer with the seller's incentives. And going back to those holdbacks I mentioned, if the seller is earning their full holdback, that's good for me too. My incentives are aligned in that regard, meaning I want to pay that holdback. If I'm not paying that holdback, it means the business deteriorated since closing, and I'm losing multiple years of value on that deterioration that I don't want to see happen. I would like to see the business grow as well as the seller, so that they're earning their earn out or holdback, and we can, at those milestones, declare a success. I mean, not having a claim against your rep and warranty insurance, not having to fight, get it. When you have to open up the purchase agreement and go to page 70 to look for your dispute resolution provisions, you know, those are no fun. So obviously not having to do that is a success. I think the broad answer, Ben, to your question is, you know, we're pretty model-oriented people, data and analytics-oriented people in corporate development, and monitoring our 5-year projections for the business after closing is a very good indicator of success. If it's hitting its revenue and more importantly, profit targets, EBITDA targets, you know, those are more easily deemed a success. And if you're well above them, you can start to worry less that, you know, you've got an issue with the acquisition, or that, you know, you overlooked something in diligence. So, you know, broad answer, a lot of avenues you can take with how you define the success of an acquisition. Integration, to me, again, is paramount in doing that. Having corporate development continue to participate throughout the integration process helps avoid any of those non-successes that I'm sure none of us have ever had in our careers, and hopefully never have in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting to hear about a holdback being used for, you know, based off revenue. I mean, that sounds like an earnout to me, essentially. And I have limited experience in earnouts, but I've been told that they're very difficult to ever not pay, essentially. Maybe you have different experience with that, but essentially there's always some type of lawsuit around, even if they miss the revenue, there's some type of lawsuit or something around that. I mean, what's your experience with that?
Yeah, it's a good question, but Sean, you want me to take that one quickly? You can
Yeah,
go last.
I don't know, Sean, I don't know if you do those as well. I mean.
Yeah, no. We have, and the philosophy tends to change with earnouts. I mean, I think the saying is, never earned and always paid for earnouts. But it's
Exactly.
but look, it's one of the tools I think that you've got to look at, and the risks have to be evaluated against. Okay, what's the opportunity and what's it going to take to be successful? These are, in many cases, competitive processes, and earnouts also do. The benefit is they help align incentives, but they're not without their complexity. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely complex. I am no expert, although I would, in our cases, define an earnout generally being a situation you put in place to bridge a valuation gap where the seller is, as they always do, expounds upon the future growth opportunities of the business. Obviously, many of us have had those scenarios where, the seller is just so certain that, in 12 months from now, the business will be double, and they want some credit for that. They want some way to be, to get credit and valued for that. And typically we'd employ an earnout in that regard where we put some metrics in place that are above where the business is performing currently. And if the business hits those, that you're paying on that earnout. And again, I try and align incentives where when you structure that earnout, your deal metrics improve as well. And that makes sure you're aligned so that you don't want a scenario in which you're paying that earnout for a business, that's worth less, or your valuation metrics don't improve. I think creates weird disincentives for growth that you don't want. So structure your earnouts such that your deal metrics improve with the seller's total purchase value. On our end right now with our holdbacks, we're not putting growth targets on the holdbacks. It's more of a maintenance of our current book of business. Of course, if it grows, that book of business, if it grows, that's great. And you're going to be more likely to hit your holdback and get paid your full purchase price in that regard. It's a bit, in my mind, downside protection for me, such that if the business does, shrink after closing, if a customer leaves, we have 30-day termination clauses in all of our customer contracts. It's generally industry standard. And so you do run that risk through a transaction that a customer would invoke that termination provision and go find a new security services provider. So having those holdbacks and that downside protection is how we avoid having to have 20 different meetings with customers and having them sign new contracts and commit to a long-term relationship prior to closing, which sellers are always loath to do, to introduce you to their customers prior to closing, even in a delayed closing environment. So that's where that holdback is a downside protection for us, a little different than an earnout. And getting back to your comment about never earned, always paid. I hold to my guns on earnouts. I mean, I of course want seller references, and so where it's the gray line or things are going well and it's ticky tack, I give credit. But where we've had big customer losses, where prior to closing, a seller has just insisted to me that there's no risk to that customer leaving, that they love us, they're going to love you, there's no risk, and they do. I don't pay for that customer, and it creates tension. Absolutely, it's not the most fun part of the role, but it's part of the role where you say, look, here's the math. We lost this customer, I'm not paying for it. And my only then add on to that is we've instituted good dispute resolution provisions in our purchase agreement to keep it out of courts, meaning we're going to go to, in many cases, an independent accountant. So
third-party arbitration. Yeah.
We've got a dispute resolution provision that would pull us straight to an independent accountant, which in our mind is going to be more favorable just looking at the numbers, which is how we're going to do the math, versus some sort of emotional court process or frankly expensive process trying to go through the courts to determine. My experience with arbitration is they like to split the difference. So we try and keep it out of arbitration too, such that, if we have a stronger argument, but the seller has the emotional quotient in their favor, that we're really just trying to steer steer those disputes to an accounting firm. And then the other thing we've done recently is, frankly, in the purchase agreement, the fees and expenses of that accounting firm are borne by the seller. And, you know, we get that in some of our deals. We don't get it in all of our deals. But my argument to it is, look, I would be happy to negotiate, you know, with the seller and come up with something that's fair and reasonable based on the facts as we know them, to have a dialogue between us. And I'd rather do that and create a disincentive for the seller to then go to some third party dispute resolution provision or court. So, you know, we're trying to force that seller to have a dialogue with us and be realistic versus, you know, versus having to pay for a third party dispute resolution process. So those are some of the tactical nuances that we've used to maybe protect ourselves in some of those instances. But yes, it's always, well, not always, I shouldn't say always. In many cases, we have great deals that do earn their full holdback, and in some cases earnouts. And then in some cases, we have to draw our lines in the sand and say no.
Yeah, very, very interesting. All right, I'm going to open it up, I guess, to outside Q&A here. We have a couple in the pipeline and maybe a couple of others. I guess let's try to address these as much as possible with the remaining time that we have. So first question I see is, how much does a realistic understanding of your integration capability have an impact on the corporate strategy of the business? It feels like these two areas have very different KPIs, and that can lead to real problems. So, Sean, I don't know if you want to tackle that, or Scott.
Sure. So I'm not certain I've got the full context for the question, but yeah, again, I think there should be alignment between the corporate strategy and the integration KPIs. You know, obviously, if you're doing an acquisition to add an additional, to accelerate the product roadmap, then the KPIs from an integration standpoint need to be focused on that objective, right? So, because that's what's important. That's ultimately why you're doing a transaction. So, so I would say there definitely needs to be some level of alignment with respect to the corporate strategy of the business and the integration KPIs. I will say this: these typical sort of strategic integration milestones are usually tailored pretty specifically, again, to the acquisition, to say, why are we ultimately doing this acquisition? Maybe if you have a more sort of cookie cutter approach because you're doing a series of acquisition, a string of pearls, you know, you can apply more generic sort of KPIs from an integration standpoint. Again, there's some simple, you know, blocking and tackling things, some standardization with respect to, you know, employee retention and culture. So those things can be pretty universal, but usually, at least in my case, you know, most acquisitions have like one or two sort of primary objectives, and you need to make sure that those are ultimately reflected in the integration KPIs.
Are there instances, though, where you, and maybe I'm reading this question a little differently, but where you know it's going to be very difficult to integrate, so it's potentially a bad acquisition to do, even if it's strategically based off whatever intellectual property they have, or what, you know, geographic space you're going to be gaining?
Well, I think ultimately that's value. So yes, obviously the level of complexity of the acquisition, as I mentioned earlier, like the most underestimated and overlooked cost of doing deals is opportunity costs. So with respect to that has to be reflected. So if you're doing a more complicated transaction, maybe it's a carve out or something like that that just requires a lot of intense activity over a period of time, then you have to look at that in the context of the overall business and what you're trying to achieve and the level of risk associated with it. And again, the opportunity cost associated with executing the deal needs to be part of the underlying equation. Are we going to go forward with this or not? So I think the answer is yes. It needs to be factored into the overall deal criteria and decision making.
Okay, we have limited time here, so Scott, maybe you can take the next one. You know, what, this is a good one. In your pre-close review, what financial measures do you use to evaluate attractiveness of a acquisition? Do you set target levels? I'm assuming he's talking about, return levels and obviously you already mentioned you rarely do deals over $20 million. What metrics are you looking at, Scott?
Yeah, good question. And I think we look at many. I guess there's a few answers I would say in terms of my current strategy and from a attractiveness of an acquisition. Again, we're building market share, so we're going for the larger one. So revenue, we're an EBITDA based or profit based valuation methodology, but in terms of attractiveness of a transaction, if there were two transaction opportunities, all else being equal, which is of course never the case, but to simplify my answer, if there's a larger transaction, we're going to go after that. There are many cases where if it's more of a strategic acquisition for a product line or something, that maybe certain financial metrics aren't going to matter of the target. And then I guess the second part of that question or my answer is, from a valuation metrics, we're looking at EBITDA and we're evaluation profit-based valuation methodology. So EBITDA multiple, year one pro forma EBITDA multiple is something that I think generally is easy for the non-M&A people to get their head around. I also, our models look at IRR over a 5-year planning period, discounted cash flow, and payback period. So those are some of the metrics we use from a valuation standpoint to evaluate attractiveness of a target. We've got some thresholds for where we'd be. From a very simple standpoint, we think we know where we're trading from an EBITDA multiple standpoint. And so obviously buying at a multiple less than that, in many cases significantly less than that, is immediately accretive to our overall value and valuation as a buyer. So that's the simplified version of what we're looking at to evaluate a transaction.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, I'm getting the message here that we need to wrap things up. So unfortunately, there's a lot of other questions, but we're running out of time. But Scott and Sean, I really appreciate it. And this is a very interesting discussion. And thanks, Kison, for setting this up.
Hey, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ben.
And
thank you, Kison. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Sean. If I think our contact information is available through Kison and DealRoom. So if anyone on the conference wants to reach out, feel free to do so. Always happy to network, and hope everyone has great success in their corporate development and M&A practice.
Stalk these guys on LinkedIn. That's what I do. Oh, most of them actually.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep, thank you.
Hey, thanks, guys. Feel free if you want to hit some of the Q&A. There's a handful of them out there. You can just type responses if you guys wanted to, unless you have stuff to do. And then I know in the beginning session, we did have some issues with capacity. Just FYI for other people that use Zoom, when you increase your capacity, it actually gives you another account. So you got to find some weird setting to switch accounts. So we got it resolved. If anybody or if you have any colleagues that had issues logging in for capacity issues, it's all good now. That's it. We'll switch over to the next session, and I will get our little intro slide for that queued up, and we'll be starting here shortly in about 4 minutes.
Ready.
Kison, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome.
I think your crew is getting on deck.
Okay, that works.
Pumped up, ready for this?
I think so.
I see we got over 1,500, we're up to 1,550 signups.
Oh my gosh.
I know our original goal was 500, so we beat that by 3.
That's
We're off to
awesome.
a little bit of Murphy's Law in the first session. We had like a storm going on outside while, I'm getting a bunch. I got about 70 emails for the capacity issue that we had because, we had a little setting that was off. But,
Yeah, I had a couple come through as well, but I think Ilgiz was quick on it, so I hope that people were able to join and everything.
Yeah, that's good. I think we're all good. Anyways, I'm going to go mute myself. I'll let you take over. We got a minute before the rest of your crew shows up.
Okay.
You could, tell jokes or something. I don't know.
Tell jokes. Hey, Stacy.
Hi. Morning.
Morning.
Hi, this is Carlos. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Carlos.
Hello.
Hi, guys. Javid here.
Hi, Javid. How are you?
Good, good.
Awesome. Okay, we have about another minute, and then I can introduce you guys for everyone.
For a minute, I thought I was on the wrong link.
Oh.
I had a micro heart attack.
So it is 9 o'clock. Kison, did you want to put up the intro slide?
I did. I just took it off to pass it over to you.
Took it off? Okay, awesome. All right, well, I can go ahead with the intros. My name is Julia Rollins, and I'm a customer success manager at DealRoom. And I'm here to introduce our next session today, which is leading M&A with integration. And our speakers are Stacy Hendricks, Senior Director at Alvarez and Marsal, Carlos Cesta, Vice President, Corporate Development at Presidio, and Javid Moosaji, Global Head of Partner Channels, Partner Solutions, and Platform Transformation at Travelex. You guys want to take it?
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Julia, and thank you to M&A Science for hosting this discussion. We're excited to be here, and we thank everybody else for being able to join us today. I'll introduce myself quickly, and then we'll have the honor of introducing our two speakers as well. I'm a senior director at Alvarez and Marsal, and I'm on the M&A leadership team for the corporate performance improvement practice there. Prior to A&M, I was the head of M&A integration at McAfee, and then prior to that led acquisitions and divestitures at Hewlett-Packard and Samsung. I've also been on the other side of the coin and been a co-founder of a clean energy company and also advised other startups on the sale and funding process. Also with us, excuse me while I put on my glasses for a minute. Also with us is Javid Moosaji. He's the global head of partner channels at Travelex. He's experienced in leading large-scale programs that deliver strategic partnerships, digital experience, and M&A integrations. He has more than 15 years experience in the fintech industry and has played various roles involving product go-to-market, commercial development, strategic planning, and M&A integration. As VP, for Carlos Cesta, as VP of Corporate Development at Presidio, Carlos dedicates his time to defining, executing, and communicating the company's growth plan. He's an investment banking and private equity trained corporate development executive with more than 20 years experience in strategic initiatives for notable companies such as Verizon, Solomon Smith Barney, Citigroup, Dentsu Aegis, and CIBC Oppenheimer. He's led a variety of transactions that included principal and advisory-led engagements, venture capital, private equity investments, joint ventures, and commercial arrangements. So it's my great pleasure to be able to facilitate the discussion here today. So I'm excited to chat with you guys about the topic of leading M&A with integration. This is a broad topic, and we can go in lots of different directions here. Lots of us have been on both sides of the deal. We played roles on both the execution side and the integration side, and know that poor integration is one of the leading causes for deal failure. So what exactly does leading M&A with integration mean to you? Carlos, let's start with you.
Sure. So thanks for having me, Stacy and Kison. For me, I'm more on the deal side, right? For me, it means when you look at a deal and a competitive setup, and you're preparing your bid, you're going to look at certain things that are intimately linked into the deal. So for me, it's almost like a spiral project that every time that you revisit one topic, you affect the other. So you think about the economic terms of your deal. There's structure in the deal if there's an earn-out, but also where at that point where you're conceptualizing it, you also think about where in the entity or in the acquirer that entity is going to report to, how are we going to integrate, how fast or how slow, and are they incentivized? So for me, every time that you change one of those variables, it affects the other. Let's say it's a competitive bid a situation, and you decided to put an earn-out on it. Okay, there's consequences, and it's going to change how you're going to integrate. So for me, it means bringing the lead integrator at that point of the deal into the conversation with the deal sponsor. And there's a second point that, for me, more tactically, it means developing an integration strategy or plan with the sellers, together with the sellers, discussing with them the points that many times about integration that will not end up on a merger agreement or anywhere else in the deal. At least you have some sort of like letter of intent, a joint letter of intent of how you plan to integrate the acquisition.
Javid?
Yeah, and then listen, I echo a little bit what Carlos has just mentioned. But for me, integration are two things, right? First, the meaning of integration, I think, and we have to make sure that at the core of all of this discussion, the strategic intent and the goal is up front and is very clear to both parties. We also need to make sure that the customers and the products are at the forefront of anything that we're doing, right? So integration has to have those components and those guiding points that really at the forefront of everything that we're doing. And that's what then drives the integration, further down the road, right? So it's very important that we have customers at the forefront and what products. And it will vary. It'll vary by the nature of the products or the partners and the companies you're acquiring, right? Certain deals warrant more complex integration. Certain deals warrant, just bolting something on, right? So integration can vary and will have a different meaning. And we need to bring people into the integration at different stages depending on the deal type.
So I think you both mentioned kind of starting integration early in the process. So I'd like to dig a little bit more into that, because I think especially there's a little bit of a push-pull sometimes between the deal teams and the integration teams as to when the integration teams come in. So in your estimation, when does integration actually begin? When should the team come in?
Yeah. Shall I have a crack at that, Carlos?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll switch over to Carlos. We'll kind of volley back and forth here.
So in my view, I think integration, and by the way, before I start in, I think today there's a trend where corporate development and a lot of integration guys tend to be formed as part of the same team, right? So I think there's a tendency towards that, which is a great thing. Having said that, there's still a little bit of a blurred line there, and my view is integration should start at the targeting stage, right? And I know a lot of people say, hey, it should start towards due diligence, But I think there's an element where it should start at targeting stage. Now, working closely with the corporate development guys, I think subject to having the right integration lead and the right, skill set, they should come in a little bit earlier, because they should understand and include some of the integration criteria and components into the targeting criteria and profiling of a particular client that you want to target, right, or acquire. And as you bring those integration criteria into the mix, it allows for a better, I would say, valuation further down the line, right? And it allows you to prevent any risks. It allows you to not fall into some of the pitfalls, right, that typically we've seen, right? And you don't want to end up in a situation where you've closed a deal and you certainly, as you're going through the integration, momentums, you're opening up the bonnet and you're finding a lot of things there, right? And if you've got an experienced integration lead, I think they can come in a lot earlier in the process and help. Right, they can help with, a bit of the experience, introduce certain criteria into the profiling of a target.
Yeah, so for me, again, agree with how early you need to involve the lead integrator. The best experience I've ever had with integration leads was I brought that person to the pipeline weekly meetings. That person will know what's in the pipeline and how we start thinking about it, right? And also getting a little bit more tactical when you start the deal. Integration for me, it will be another diligence work stream in addition to HR, IT. And as we start doing discovery, those discoveries start feeding into what the integration plan is going to look like, and that person's deliver what the end of the diligence is not diligence report, but the plan itself, right? So for me, it is very early in the process, but it's maybe limited to that one person that is your right-hand integration folks.
Okay, so early in the process, and I think you both hinted a little bit about the profile of that integration lead. Talk a little bit more about that person. Kind of what is that? What's the ideal profile for an integration lead? And is it just that one person, or, do you bring in 2 or 3 people on an integration team early? So kind of what does that makeup look like? I think a lot of people get kind of confused about what you're really looking for when you're looking for a person to come in and lead the deal.
Yeah, having been, and I'll take that, Javid, just to do 1 or 2. Yeah. Having had experiences in large companies as big as Verizon and then middle market, I think what is really where I had to hire someone, and then the regular vision was, we're just in a project manager, right? And like, no. It's not a project manager. Project manager is a big component of what that person's going to do, but that person has to be a high sense of commercial operations, economics of the business. Otherwise, if it's just a project manager, we'll be consulting with so many people in the process, and it's never going to be able to be proactive into seeing the issues that are going to come up down the line, anticipate them, address them, understand what the ramifications of those. Remember that spiral that I was talking about. That person is an integral part of it. Oh, this is going to affect that. Oh God, it's going to affect that. Communicate with people, anticipate. So it is a very hard profile to get. Working in international companies, and then it's hard. You have one person that, what is the background of that person? Oh, a CEO is the closest thing that I can think of. But it has to be someone that has a lot of the background into the business and understand how things work, and also navigate the politics of the structure, right? Because many times there are bad news that we have to deliver to someone, but you anticipate how you're going to deliver and to whom, and who's going to be able to break the walls and clear the way for you to resolve that problem.
Javid, what do you think?
Yeah, no, listen, that makes perfect sense. I think Carlos mentions a CEO type person. I echo that, and I think they should also be, they should be GMs, right? And they should have, the right gravitas, the right credibility, and they should be able to influence, right, some of the thinking around how do you bring two companies together. I mean, if you think about integration, you're essentially setting up a business, right? You're bringing two worlds and you're combining it and hopefully creating a new entity to deliver growth, right? And so that requires a certain type of a profile and a certain type of role. Certainly not somebody who's just a programmer or a project manager. That definitely underpins a lot of the activities, but that's more around how you go about executing and governance, right? But you certainly need people who understand technology, who understand can they grasp what is a performing business, right? What I need to do to achieve a performing business. How do I set up a target operating model? How to understand the relationships between suppliers and and customers. So it's more of an all-rounded business person that's required, and certainly the need to be able to handle senior leaders and influence them, right? And because quite often you'll have very strong characters with egos and personalities that you need to manage, which is really, really important, right? So certainly, yeah, a CEO type of a GM that has that experience to be able to navigate organizations. But having said that a little bit, I know, Stacy, you mentioned about, is it just the integration lead, right? But I think what's important is also to bring some of the product and some of the salespeople a little bit earlier into the integration process, because they may have some insight just by them playing in the market space, in the landscape. They're really interacting with customers, they're interacting with partners, so they may have some insight which is quite valuable, and I think we need to bring them early in the process. But listen, I'm mindful that with any deal, right, there is cost and resources associated with managing a deal pipeline, and along with confidentiality, so you can't bring everybody on board. But I think it's selecting the right few people, which can make that difference earlier in the targeting and then due diligence phases.
So I have a couple of follow-on questions to that. I think sometimes in a deal, when you were talking about an integration lead being a GM level person, I think as being on the corp dev team myself, there's a title on that slide that says integration lead. And sometimes there are two people on that. One's on the business side and one's on the corp dev side. So what's the delineation there, and how does that work? Is it a double duty? Who's leading that deal? And then as a follow-on to that, I'd like to get into that question about when to bring in the sales team. So we can talk about kind of both of those, and if either one of you guys would like to take first crack at that.
I can take that. I don't know about titles though, but I think ideally would have a lead integrator that has a portfolio of integrations that he or she is managing, right? Because they are long-term processes, and that person is both managing that portfolio of integrations, but also someone that has done a lot of deals and understand the pitfalls. I think that's sort of lead integrator. Someone in the business, yeah, this is also very helpful. I mean, if you can double that, that'll be great, because I think you combine the best of both worlds. Someone that is in the business and knows that you cannot, I don't know, force Microsoft Office on this company, this acquisition, because they're not going to take it, or it's going to cause major disruption of the business. With the experience of someone that has done a lot of deals and said, it's okay because this is how we solved this in the past, and there's a solution that is already sort of vetted by everybody. So I do think it's if you can double team it, it's even better.
Okay, Javid, one of your areas of specialty is this go-to-market and sales. So let's talk about when to bring those guys on. I've personally experienced a lot of pushback, bringing salespeople in early to the process. There's confidentiality issues there about, not bringing too many people on too early. So when is the right time to involve the sales team in the process?
Yes, I think it's important to distinguish where you are in the process, right? So bringing on the entire, sales team, that's part of integration, right? But if you're not at that stage there, what I was referring to is at least bringing in the head of sales or head of a product, and obviously they're operating within confidentiality, because earlier in the targeting phase and in due diligence, you can't have the entire team there, but they'll bring insights to you. So I think we need to just understand where we are in the process of the deal. So if you're in targeting and due diligence, you bring limited heads of sales and heads of products into the mix, so they can provide some insight into that process. Beyond, when you're getting into due diligence, and then beyond and into the, you've closed the deal and you've gone into the integration phase, then you tend to bring them a lot more into the mix, right? So I hope I got your question right, Stacy. Is it more around post closure, or is it prior to the closure that you're referring to?
I think I was asking about both, and
okay.
I think that the go-to-market pieces, I think, people get really involved in the logistics of just getting to close. And so the go-to-market piece sometimes gets pushed to after close, but sometimes maybe gets pushed too far down the line, or it's not even really part of the formal integration process. We can deal with that later. So, talk about the criticality of the go-to-market piece of this, and, from the time, when you bring the team in and when you start on that, to just, the criticality overall of that piece of the integration plan.
Yeah, no, listen, and that's, I think, a great question, and I'm kind of, quite passionate about that one. So I think go-to-market, past once you've closed the deal, it's a strange one, because typically, if you think about the corporate development guys and the ones that I've interacted with, they touch on go-to-market as they're profiling and targeting customers, right? They're looking at, revenue, they're looking at customer cohorts, they're looking at a number of things, products, channels. So they're looking at a number of areas, and it's quite often that kind of, once you've closed the deal, that kind of dies down a little bit, right? That momentum dies down. So coming back to the criticality of go-to-market integration, I think it's the first thing you should be doing, right? Because as I mentioned earlier on, if you think about why do we go and acquire a company, it's either because, we definitely want to get some kind of growth there, right? Some kind of inorganic growth. And you're going to do that by combining customers, by combining products, or by combining a certain skill set. But that invariably, right, depending on the deal or the deal of the nature of the deal, but in a lot of cases where integration is involved and complex integrations involved, it means you're combining customer bases and products, and therefore you need to start with that. If you don't start with, well, what type of customer am I serving? What's my customer base? You can't then have the right discussions around what systems are required, what people and skill sets, what processes need to be combined. So, you often go into the operational element, the mid and back office integration topics around systems, platforms, without really truly understanding, well, which customer base is this serving, right? So in my mind, you should always start with go-to-market planning, because that's part of your target operating model and your setup, right? You start with the customer, you start with the products, and then the rest of your organizational capabilities should align to that, right? And that's what you also do in its strategy. So I think it's fundamentally important to have go-to-market plans around integration at the forefront of any decision making, right? If you truly want to achieve, a customer success or a customer plan or a customer value raising, right? And that's my genuine opinion. But that's very much relevant where complex integration is required. If you're buying a company that you just need to bolt on because it's purely just a certain skill set, then you can have a fairly loose integration over there. And you can almost leave their sales teams and their go-to-market teams pretty much untouched because you want them to flourish in their own world, right? With a very loose integration. So go-to-market planning is really important. What's the consequences of not doing that, right? There's a number of things, right? I've seen this around. You can see customer service levels dropping. You can see customer attrition, they're defecting. You can see a bit of a blurred roles and responsibilities within teams, right? So you imagine you have two sales teams coming together and then two related operational teams coming together. If you don't integrate the products, the offering, or at least come to an agreement of how you're doing that or when you're going to do it, you get confusion around roles and responsibilities, right? Your customers get confused around what are you offering them, right? Which brand are you? How is it? How does it work, right? So you can create a lot of and destroy a lot of value, right? And confuse, I think, not only internal stakeholders, but also confuse your partners if you don't start to think about go-to-market earlier in the process. So I think it's a very important, element because it touches also on partnerships. It touches.
Can I pile on that as well? It's also a smart thing to do, I think, bringing the go-to-market in the beginning of the process, because a lot, oh my God, well, a high percentage of the deals that I've done, and we talk about synergies and how 1 + 1 = 5, whatever. He starts with that investment thesis that, yeah, there's more here that we can sell together, right? And if you're doing diligence, if you test that up front and the answer is a no, you save money by not continuing diligence. It's a smart thing to do because you stop spending money on it. It's like a quick no is sort of the second best answer we can do for a deal, right? So it's just to do a quick parenthesis, it's a smart thing to do.
Yeah. No, I think that's very true, Carlos. I think it's quite important, but the reality is there's complexity in how you measure it, right? So there's a lot of complexity in combining a sales team, and the sheer fact of putting two sales compensation plans together is a nightmare, right? And it's very disruptive, right? So people tend to shy away from it. They tend to shy away from complex measurement things, right? They'll say we'll leave that for further down the line, right? And then to tend to focus on more tangible things, whether it's combining offices, combining a couple of centers of excellence, and shifting people around. So those are a little bit more tangible and a lot more easier to measure from a KPI standpoint, whereas product sales is a little bit more complex to measure. So they tend to leave that, unfortunately, a little bit to further down the line. And my view is that you should bring those difficult questions up front, and force yourselves as a combined team to answer them, right? And be upfront and honest about the value creation, some of the synergies you're going to get, right? Revenue synergies is always a little bit harder to do than cost synergies, and I think we all know that. So that's one of the reasons I think where we tend to kind of push it further down the line.
So you've both hit on synergies, which is a perfect segue to my next question, which is let's talk about some tips and tricks in the integration process that helps you hit those synergy numbers, whether it's revenue synergies or cost synergies. Carlos, do you want to take the first swag at that?
It's a little bit, sorry. So if I had known the follow up, I would probably have not interrupted Javid. But I mean, it was all in agreement with him. But that's what I've been trying to do in the more of a smaller deals and upfront, and it also has a lot of correlation with what Kison calls the agile M&A, because what we're doing is you're parallel tracking things that we're usually in sequence. So one of the tricks is just test the synergies early on. Even if you can do a week before, between signing an LOI and starting diligence, just spending time with management and doing a deep dive into the deal, the value drivers, if those make sense, I think it saves a lot of money, because you're probably in many cases wrong about what that thesis was. I think that's one of them. And the other trick that I would say to capture is just referring back to what we were saying, the designing the integration plan together with the seller it's not only exercise of making them part of it and making sure that there's no surprises later, but also you're going to likely be discussing very touchy things into that process. And that's when you test a little bit more the chemistry between, let's say, the seller or the CEO of the company and your principal sponsor inside your business. Because up until that point, I bet that everything is being roses and, oh, this is great, we're going to buy your company, everybody's happy, but avoid the more touchy issues, and in that process, those issues are discussed, and you test if those two people are going to be bridge builders, or it's their way or the highway. And I've seen deals that break at that point because disagreements when the issues become a little bit more ugly.
So Javid, I see two questions there. First of all, I'd love to hear your take on the synergy tips and tips and tricks. And then, Carlos raises an interesting point about how you handle disagreements in this process, and particularly when the disagreements are with C-suite executives, how you handle that. So can you kind of start in on the synergies and lead us into our next question as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure to what extent there are actually tips and tricks around synergy, right? It's a very black and white thing in my view, the synergies, right? Particularly around the cost and the revenue synergies. Some are a little bit harder to achieve than others, right? And some are harder to measure than others. I think if I had to give one tip, it's just identifying those synergies very early in the process and making sure that the integration team as a whole is accountable for that, along with the business, right? So you have to make sure that it's not just the responsibility of an integration lead to go and measure and identify synergies. It has to be the wider business, right? And I think if you can somehow, from an organizational standpoint, if you can somehow include some of those integration KPIs into the overall business scorecard, right, which then trickles down into employees. It's harder to do, and it's easier said than done. But if you can do that, you're ensuring that the broader organization and the employees and people across the organization are also bought into some of those synergies and contribute in some way, shape or form, right? So you're starting to actually force integration through measurement, right? And making sure that everyone's accountable, so everyone has skin in the game, right? So if you can manage to do that, that's a kind of a good thing, I would say.
Yeah, I've tied payments to integration milestones in the past. That's a good one.
Stacy, those are
yeah, sorry, I
right?
kind of doubled up on you there. So, Carlos raised an interesting point. I think we've all been in rooms where, there are clearly disagreements about the way forward, whether that be with the integration team and the executive sponsor, between two CEOs, how do you bridge that during this process? And, especially if it's coming from C-suite executives, how do you address that?
For me, the one thing that's important is going back to the original objective of why the acquisitions took part, right? Why did the CEO and of the acquired company decide to sell, or why was it, why did they do that? So it's going back and reminding the C-suite why we're doing this. Quite often you close the deal and you're getting into discussions which sometimes can slip, right? And then you're dealing with your egos, you're dealing with, passionate people and large personalities, but we easily forget, well, why was this done in the first place, right? So I can give an example, like, it sounds a little bit silly, but you're selling your house. You've decided to sell your house, and you've got a buyer. Close the deal. The buyer comes in, and as you're walking out of the door, he's saying, "You know what? I'm actually going to paint the external wall of this house fluorescent pink," right? And you're studying, well, hold on. This was my baby here. You can't go and do that. But the reality is you've lost a little bit of the right to say what you can and can't do, right? You've already agreed to sell that house. Now, what you may want to focus on, rather than being quite confrontational, you might want to say, well, listen, you can paint the walls fluorescent pink, but it might affect the look of the house. It might affect the rentability. It might affect the value of it when you're trying to sell it. It might affect your relationship with your neighbors, right? So it's coming back to, well, why did you want to sell this in the first place, right? So it sounds a bit silly, but there is a little bit of human stuff in there, right? So you need to be able to kind of bring the C-suite back to the original intent of why the acquisitions took place, right? What were the original objectives? So then that helps them, bridge that gap and say, okay, how do we want to achieve this? But having said that, we should never really shy away from disagreement, right? As long as it's for the common good and it helps to get to the common goal, right? They may have, it's important to listen to parties that are giving a slightly different opinion, right? And they may have a valid reason, particularly from the acquired and target companies, right? So it's important to listen to them at the same time, but also bring it back to the original objective of the acquisition, right? And the strategic goal of those.
Carlos, any thoughts?
Yeah, so I think, in particular, when you look at how a deal sponsor wants to integrate a certain deal, and at some point the corporate development person has been around for so long that sees when things are not quite right, or that someone in the C-suite says something that doesn't quite jive with your experience. I think I try to resolve with them first. But if it's been in situations where the deal sponsor was, well, who am I, right? I can just base on that on my experience. So looking at how the deal sponsor wanted to integrate versus how I've seen being integrated certain assets that way. I just casually, spoke with people in the business just to, get like a sounding walls on, am I thinking this the right way? And if I had a big conviction about it, I'll talk to others on the C-suite. I don't know. Ultimately, I think we again, examples and tacticals and deals have been killed that way, where there wasn't necessarily an alignment with our history. So I spoke up.
So that's one of the pitfalls. Let's talk about some other pitfalls. Both of you are international deal guys, have done lots of cross-border deals, and I think that that's a real topic of interest for people. Pitfalls in general in the integration process, but particularly in cross-border deals, which can get very, very complex very quickly. So Carlos, do you want to start us off there and talk about what you think some of the pitfalls are and how to mitigate them? Yeah,
especially in terms of integration. I think you need we need boots on the ground first and foremost. So reverting back to what we're talking about, that's that structure where you have a lead integrator, whatever the headquarters of the company is, or whatever your M&A lead is. You need someone in the business, in the country, or in the region to facilitate or to be part of the integration team as well. In terms of pitfalls, I don't know about Javid, if you had an experience, but I think culturally it's a very different approach. Especially like Adenso was responsible for all Latin America. and the way I think a project manager chases things in the Northern Hemisphere is a little bit different than there. If I'll be blunt, right? If you're too aggressive with them, chasing them for things in LATAM, they're not going to respond. They're not going to respond. They're going to do a loop around you. They want to feel part of things, right? So emotional intelligence plays a lot into this, and that's the way business is done down there, right? So you need to make them feel they're part of the deal and bring them along. It's not flashing your ranking in front of them that's going to get things done. So I think that's one of the pitfalls. So I think having someone in the region and also being acting with deep sense of empathy to how things are, how the things work there, and does my experience apply to that as well? Is it transferable, or do I need to tweak a little bit?
Javid, what do you think?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense, Carlos. I think from my experience, there are a number of challenges, right, with cross-border deals, and the obvious one is things around legal and regulatory environments, right? So, when you go about combining teams or trying to achieve, cost synergies, doing that in the Nordic countries versus in Europe, or doing it versus Germany, Italy, and France and Spain is very different, right? So a good example is in France and Italy, the labor laws are quite quite favorable to employees, right? And for rightfully or wrongly, right? And therefore, trying to make redundancies is takes a very long time, right? And so that can impact your integration timelines, right? Similarly for some of the compliance and then regulatory environments, right? So the challenges are on there. The other one is very much like Carlos mentioned. It's not only a corporate culture, but it's also people culture, right? So having an Anglo-Saxon corporate style versus a very French or a very Italian type of corporate culture, combining the two is quite hard, right? So sometimes there's certain subtleties. When people say one thing, they actually mean something else, right? So I think it's important to take those kind of things into account, but also customer and market behaviors change. I remember I did an acquisition where we were somewhere out in it was involved Europe markets and North America, and we had massive check printing going on to service clients, right? We wanted, in most of the other markets, customers moved away from checks, and therefore we wanted to close down a whole operation involving checks because it wasn't a very productive thing. But it meant, for some reason, keeping a very high intense, costly check printing facility for North American customers. So there you see the synergies there vary because markets and customer behaviors were preventing us from achieving certain synergies, right? So it can impact, as you dive in and you open bonnets, the number of factors that can impact deals when it comes to cross-border things.
So I'm pulling in pieces of other people's questions into here too. A couple of people have asked about other blind spots in the integration process. So outside of cross-border deals, do you all have other thoughts on other blind spots that people may need to keep an eye out for during this whatever part of the integration process? Carlos, you want to take that?
I was thinking about culture, just because one example came to my mind, especially when I was doing acquisitions in the media space, where innovation is very fast, and you're acquiring companies that are, millennials, Gen Z, while management is probably Gen X / boomers, and it can be a it can be a challenge. I haven't seen a deal. That's the thing. That's the other thing. This is another whole other discussion can be had about culture. I never seen a deal be killed by differences of culture. We always think we can handle it, but I've seen deals not work because of culture. Synergies not get there. So I think there's a whole lot of people that I talk to that are trying to figure out how do we put culture into the equation? How do we measure that? Don't have an answer for that. This is I'm happy to join discussions about my bad experiences with that. But I think culture is I know it's overused, but it's I just don't know how to put that into the equation yet.
Well, it's certainly a critical piece, and I know that there's another session during the conference just talking about culture. So Javid, what about you? What are some other pitfalls that you think that people really need to look out for?
Yeah, I think from my experience, I've always been a little bit burnt by the complexity of platforms and systems. So we kind of get a view of that during due diligence, but we don't really get a true picture, right? So it's a bit. I think it's important to have people who understand the product, the market, and then what systems are required. I've quite often, in my experience, you've gone in and you look at systems. You're then, from an integration standpoint, you're left with multiple legacy systems that you don't want to try and combine into one platform, and that is never successful, right? So and it takes a long time, and what happens is you end up transitioning that into business as usual, and then it loses momentum, and you write it off, right? So I think one thing is to actually truly understand how systems are supporting your customers and your products, right? And are they the right systems? Can you really migrate into a system or not, right? And so that's one thing I think that I've always been a little bit burned, right? At least from an integration. And we know it's a lot. There's a lot of complexity there, right?
Certainly, and there are a couple of questions about the technology and IT platforms. There's a philosophy with some companies that you should just continue to tack on systems, and let them run independently, and others really, have a all or nothing. You're on our platform. We don't accept any other platforms. So, can you comment on that a little bit, on those different strategies?
Yeah, I've experienced both, right? And the sad reality is the people who are very kind of military and Germanic about it suffered in the short term, but in the long run, they were better at it, because you can then, the downside about actually just tagging on multiple systems is you can't truly have a very good go-to-market strategy, right? You will always be faced with problems with certain customer sets and on one system versus the other, and therefore your go-to-market becomes a lot more complex. You can't have a really solid strategy around go-to-market if you have to play with multiple systems, right? And particularly in this day and age where everything is moving towards digital, it's moving so fast. You want to have data and use data in a very 360-degree way where you can understand your consumers. Systems and platforms is critical. So you either move them onto one, but if you have them playing around on different systems, you're going to struggle with go-to-market strategies. And a little bit to what I was saying earlier on, if you don't have a solid go-to-market plan, the rest of your areas tend to fall apart, right? So I would not encourage people just putting a band-aid on systems, right? Make some harsh and radical decisions up front, and they will give you dividends further down the line. The consequence, I've seen companies today who are still struggling with that, and they can't really meet customer needs right? With that, and they've had to write off. They've accumulated a lot of technical debt, and they've had to write off a lot of things. So my advice is not to have band-aids, approaches around systems.
Carlos, what do you think about the IT piece?
Yeah, I was thinking about that as it relates to the deal side, and that issue gets even more amplified if you have an earnout in place. I've been through companies where, as you said, the first was like, let them be, whatever platform they're on, just to become a bigger problem later down the line. And then corporate comes to me and say, right now, from now on, every deal that we do, they have to take these systems. And by the way, you have to negotiate the price for them. So I felt it's very disruptive to the deal team, because it feels like a little bit of retrading. What you try to do is estimate those costs and how they're going to affect the company's P&L up front. And that estimate, it always feels like a retrade towards the end. So that's, goes back to that spiral that I was saying. If you're going to force a system in there and going to mess up with their cost structure, then you're affecting the earnout. So you better be careful about how you're thinking about structuring the whole deal, because people are going to be unhappy here.
Yeah.
So we've talked about all kinds of different topics. We started at the beginning. When do you bring the integration team? How does it begin? How do you know when an integration ends? When is it over? Is it over when the last IT system is integrated? Is it over after 100 days? That's the philosophy of a lot of corp dev teams. When does it end?
Carlson, from my perspective, it goes back to what were the original KPIs around integration that were set at the forefront, right? So typically, you want to have some KPIs around customer, around your finance, around the human element of it, right? So if you've got some core integration milestones and KPIs, once you've achieved those, then you can officially say integration is over, and then you transition that into either business as usual or into some form of a transformation stage, right? But integration is over when you've hit your integration milestones. That's the short and sweet answer.
Yeah. Carlos, what do you think?
I would say that it's when you look at, just try to boil down to something that is simple. When your synergies are achieved, because if they aren't, then they become a workout, and a workout is also a problem of the integrated person. So that those things don't happen, it actually extends the period. I'm thinking I don't have a good answer for that.
So if some integrations can go on for a couple of years, when you get past this, this 100-day period, which is a really typical milestone in integrations, how do you keep an integration team engaged? If you need people to continue on, most companies don't have a dedicated M&A IT team and a dedicated M&A HR team. So how do you keep those teams engaged?
I think one way is probably, like I mentioned earlier on, is to include something in their scorecard, right? And include something in their personal objectives that somehow link to the acquired company, right? Or the combined company. So I think that's one way to keep engagement, so that you're not losing. Because touching on cultural integration, that can't be done in 100 days, right? And in some cases can't be done in 2 years either, right? So what are some of the elements that can be incorporated in the scorecard, and then drive that all the way down? That what gets measured gets managed, right? So and then you can kind of ensure engagement there around that process.
Carlos, any thoughts?
Yeah, I always thought about, it depends on the scale of the company. If it's a small company, can do that. Because we were talking about the profile of the lead integrator or the integration persons being someone that has experience in the business. I always thought about, and never been able to do it, like a bench of people or like rising stars into the businesses. They wanted to do one integration, and then go work for that company, take a leadership position in that company. I was never able to do that, but I think it's a great opportunity, a great development opportunity for rising stars that in whatever discipline, right? It can be in different disciplines, and you can establish a bench of people that, rotate, go into a project, and ended up staying with the acquisition or the portfolio company. Maybe that's a way to actually not only like financially, but like career-wise to position people to be incentivized.
We're supposed to wrap up in a couple minutes, so I think we've got time for one more question. So I think this question's been asked a couple times, so I'll read this one. When facing periods of exclusivity, how do you prioritize integration planning while also considering that you need to complete diligence in a very tight time frame?
Yeah, you want to take that?
Yeah,
I didn't quite get that question.
It's been done. Competitive processes we just have to put the integration plan together with the information that you have. It's been done, and then but again, you're compromising part of it. I think that's the main point of the question. You're compromising some of it, so I think it affects how you price the deal. You're basically increasing the risk of the deal, right? So if I'm on the shoes of the sponsor, I was going to say we will have limited time to do this integration plan, so I'll probably pay less, or we're definitely taking more risk here.
Javid, anything to add there?
No, I think so. If I understood the question is, if you've got limited time to do some kind of due diligence, yeah, how does that impact integrate? No, I couldn't. I echo what Carlos just mentioned. Right, it's important that there is sufficient time to be able to actually understand what's under the bonnet. Otherwise, it definitely should affect your the valuation, right?
Well,
potentially or not, right?
Well, I'll tack on one point to that. When we do integrations, or when I've done integrations in the past, one of the edicts during the diligence process is that we are not only talking about a go, no-go decision, but we are doing integration planning during the diligence process, and it's a dual goal. And so the teams know that going in, they know what the objectives are. So it's not just should we do the deal, but it's how we should do the deal. So I think we need to wrap up. I really appreciate both of your time and all of your wonderful insight, and I'm sure folks watching also appreciate it. And so hopefully y'all have a good week. Really appreciate those of you who are able to join us. And thanks again to M&A Science, Kison, and your team for putting this together.
Right, it was a pleasure.
Thanks, Stacy.
Thanks, Stacy. Hey, let's all give it up for Stacy, Carlos, and Javid.
Wow, what a crowd.
All right. Let's get our transition slide back up. Next, standing up a corporate development function. We'll be starting shortly. You guys all set?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Too.
Excellent. Hi, Rima.
Hi. So I have here, you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Go with that real quick.
Thank you. Excellent. Hola.
Hi.
And then there was light.
Maddie, you still there?
Yep. Am I frozen or am I good?
Your video's not showing up for some reason.
Yeah.
Let me try again.
There you go.
Okay.
It's all yours. Yep, it's all yours.
Okay. Well, hi, everyone. My name is Madeline Martin, and I'm the PR associate at DealRoom. Our next session is standing up a corporate development function, and our speakers are Rima Franklin, president at Franklin Consulting Services, Russ Hartz, VP of Corporate Development at ANSYS, and Dan Menge, Senior Director and Head of M&A Integration at Xilinx.
Thanks so much, Maddie. So far this morning, just to kind of catch everyone up to the storyline that we've had so far, we've talked about, the strategy aligning with the M&A functionality. So within corporate development, aligning the strategy. Most recently, we just talked about integration and how integration needs to be a part of that process from the initial get-go as much as possible. And really, what I'd like to do now is kind of step back a little and say, all right, so you've now, as the individual, been hired to, this is day one on the job of corporate development. Many in the organization may not even know what corporate development is or is not. And so this is kind of where we'll start sort of our story development. But before we jump into that, I thought it'd be wonderful if Russ and Dan could share a little bit about their history and kind of their view that they're speaking from as they talk to us about standing up a corporate development function.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Russ Hartz here, VP of Corporate Development at ANSYS. I've been doing mergers and acquisitions for 20 years now, a little over 20 years. First as an M&A attorney for a few large Philadelphia law firms. And then twice I've had the privilege and good fortune to stand up formal corporate development functions at two large, very reputable organizations, both public companies. The first being SAP, starting back in 2005, and more recently, my current role at ANSYS, where I joined in late 2017. So that's the perspective I come at this topic from. It's a sample of two, but certainly learned quite a lot along the way in those roles in standing up the function.
Great.
Thank you. So like Russ, I've had the opportunity to spend time at a couple of different companies, different situations pretty markedly. And I recognize that a lot of the participants here are part of the diaspora from Cisco, which is one of my former employers. I've been operational most of my career, and that stretches from Navy days to time spent in supply chain and product marketing functions. Rima was one of those who, not that long ago, it seems, 12, 13 years ago, was given the call up to the big leagues, corporate development, and I wasn't quite sure what it was. I've learned subsequently, and I've enjoyed it. I was able to move fairly recently still from Cisco, a company with a very developed process, but one where we did a lot of building over the years, to a smaller company where the process of M&A is still somewhat new. So this has been, this whole topic is of interest to me personally, and I think a number of the people on the call here will be able to contribute as well.
Yeah, that's so funny you say that, because I think I responded, my first corporate development role within a corporate entity, I responded to a very ambiguous and vague sounding 4 sentences paragraph. And I thought, this is great. But help me understand, Russ, if maybe we could start off with you. What are the kind of communication techniques, or perhaps just what do you do to communicate what the function is about when you're in that role?
Yeah, well, in the early days, your calendar is full of meetings across, meeting with people across the entire organization, not only across functions within the organization, but up and down the food chain as well, because, you know, M&A basically touches at some level every facet of the organization. And certainly folks at the top level are very interested in M&A. It can be transformative. It involves spending a lot of money. And so it gets very senior level attention. But all the way down through the organization, it has some impact on the way folks across the various functions do their jobs, whether or not they get directly involved in transactions or in integration. And so you're meeting with representatives from all those teams. First, really, well, two things really. You got to establish an internal network of people that you're going to rely upon to help you get deals done, that you're going to leverage to help you source transactions. And then secondly, you're doing your homework on your own company, especially if you're standing up the function and you're new to the company. You haven't been hanging around that company for years before you get that role. You need to understand what the company's about, what their culture is, what's kind of their secret sauce that makes them successful. What are the policies, processes, constraints that you're going to have to operate within in the corp dev function. And so because those things are going to inform ultimately your processes, your M&A processes. And so it'd be great if you just get off running and do a deal right away when you stand it up. I know that's the sexy part of the job, and that's what that's the punchline of the role, but you got to get your legs under you first. And so, in the early days, it's having these meetings at SAP, since it was such a vast global organization. We called it the Road Show. My colleagues, a small team of colleagues that I was standing up the function with, we traveled everywhere across the company, meeting with folks to understand how they operated and to educate them a bit on M&A. So there is that aspect of the two-way dialogue as well. You're educating folks that may not have had a lot of exposure to M&A, sort of why you do it in the first place, how it can benefit the company, how it could benefit them in their roles, their slice of the business, and how you do it. And it's a combination of formal meetings where you've got an agenda, you get folks, a small team of folks in a conference room, you sit down, maybe you review some materials, but also don't underestimate the power of the coffee corner chats and the lunch meetings, because again, when you go back to establishing that network, those types of personal connections are really important to help you do that.
Totally agree. Totally agree. And Dan, I'm going to ask you to expand that just a little bit, because, a lot of times you don't really know what the corporate strategy is when you first get in the job. And right here, as Russ just said, you're having meetings and you're learning from people what they think the strategy is, right? So how are you managing those communications to really talk about what your role is and how the individuals that you're talking to may or may not interact, or what their role will be? Because that's what most people are curious about, right?
Yeah, Rima, I'd say the opportunity that is presented is brought about by the excitement that M&A generates. Now, that's before people understand what they're getting into, of course. But nonetheless, there's a lot of early energy, particularly if a company has not been terribly acquisitive. And so people are naturally wanting to understand what their role will be, what additional revenues they can generate. Of course, they themselves, at least the senior leaders, understand the strategy. So leveraging that early excitement to do all those things that Russ just explained, to have meetings with senior leadership, to have working sessions with functional team members who may be part of the efforts going forward, all of that also serves as an opportunity really for that person coming in to lead a corp dev function to start doing their own diligence, right? So those are opportunities to really ask those leaders directly about the strategy and to start exposing them to the implications when you go inorganic. Like another thing that I found that was very helpful is to introduce a third-party perspective. And I bring that up because I think naturally companies who've not been terribly acquisitive don't necessarily know what to think. Again, they can't necessarily imagine the resource load that is required to make integration, in this case, successful. And so I really benefited from bringing in some of the usual suspects and some more unusual suspects to provide pro bono advice. And we would do that at both very senior leadership levels, at executive staff levels, and then with working teams as well. And you start exposing people to all of the goodness of M&A, and again, making sure that they understand what commitment is going to be required.
Yeah.
The thing that I think was very helpful here at Xilinx was in the early days, a couple of months into my role, we had a multi-day workshop. And again, I would say this is capitalizing on the newness of it.
Yeah.
People clearing calendars to make time to go to this M&A workshop, which may be harder to do now, frankly.
Right.
But nonetheless, getting that dedicated time carved out, really spending some focused time on understanding how you move from opportunity evaluation to strategy to the early inklings of an integration thesis, and then how you're going to build out the teams and the process. You know, that is greatly helped by having that sort of focused session, and is something that I think really allowed us to kind of move much more quickly than we would have if it had been done sort of piecemeal, or if it had been done sort of deal by deal.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think all of us during the course of, trying to set up a corporate development function come across what I call points of dissension, right? These are the actors in the organization that have been there perhaps a long time, perhaps not, and they've been engaged in some activity maybe a decade ago or so. And they know a lot about the organization. Their depth of knowledge is unbelievable as it relates to the organizational intelligence and the knowledge base, but they really don't want to, they just think it's a bad idea. Any thoughts on how you may address that? And I'll just open it to either Russ or Dan if you want to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, I've come across that dynamic in my career a couple of times. I leverage human nature a lot in those situations by turning it around and trying to help the person or the group, the function, kind of understand how maybe doing things a different way can help them in the context of M&A. And it does get easier to do that and to have those discussions the longer you've been doing M&A in your career. You have a bit of credibility. But even, without that, or even, in conjunction with that, sharing war stories with them about, hey, I've done this, I've worked with your function a number of times on transactions. Here's what I've seen work. Here's, what I've seen not work and why. And those discussions go a long way to kind of, bridging any gaps that you find. Some of it is just a personality conflict, and those require different skills and approaches. But in terms of the substance of what you're trying to achieve relative to what might be ingrained in that person or the team, those types of discussions, really productive, constructive discussions go a long way.
I'd agree, Russ, with what you stated. I like the idea of sharing the stories. Certainly, M&A and M&A integration in particular is prone to the use of templates and maybe over-templatizing. Much better results are seen by sharing those real examples of how things work, how value's been added, how other companies have been able to address things like revenue synergies or cost synergies or cultural constraints, whatever it might be. So just being more real about what this is and taking this amorphous M&A integration thing and trying to really focus on where the value add can be. I think for a lot of those individuals, particularly if they've been in a function in a specific company for a long time, they might just not initially be aware of what can be gained by acquiring another company and infusing the new company with not just talent, but capabilities. So you go beyond just the normal revenue and cost synergies, but it's about capabilities. And can we ourselves do more? And over time, if you're able to build that and realize that out of an integration, it becomes a center of transformation in the company. Yep. It becomes much greater than just a checklist exercise. And so I think getting people to understand that and kind of open the aperture a little bit is critical. And a lot of people can get there, certainly over time.
Yeah. And I think that leads into sort of, engagement, right? So so we've kind of discussed, I would say, the first 30 days of being on the job, right? You got the meetings, you're sort of understanding how the organization is structured. And now you're really thinking about, how do we best structure ourselves within corporate development? And then how do we then engage with the rest of the organization? So how do you maintain that? How do you maintain the pace of that engagement? I'd love to hear some experiences that you might have had that have worked really well for you.
Rima, I'd jump in here and say that it's a mixed bag. There's a little bit of this question around, do you have deals ongoing while you're doing this, or do you have the latitude to sort of spend your time thinking about the theoretical and building the perfect package that's going to apply, of course, perfectly to the next deal? I think realistically, you do want to piecemeal the approach. One thing that was again, I think, advantageous here at Xilinx is we tried to focus on, well, firstly, I would say a self-assessment. So be really honest, both at the functional level and the enterprise level about readiness to do deals. And that would include what other corporate priorities are there, where are there going to be natural resource constraints, any number of things. And can we, in fact, if expecting deals, focus on those things that are going to come and hit us first? And you can imagine, if you just think about the deal life cycle, some of those things are due diligence related. Do we understand across the board on almost any given deal, of course, customized to a specific deal, what it is that would be on our priority list of data requests or diligence questions? So some of that is just kind of time-based logically.
Yep.
Another one of those readiness components was defining charters for each one of the teams. So teams need to be able to understand, again, on M&A, unlike how I exist within my function normally, what am I chartered to do? How different is this? And what is my role as an M&A integration person versus the hat that I wear when I sit over in the function or in a business unit? So getting some of those core elements, the kind of basic team structure, the charter, the self-assessment done early is, I think, a good way to engage. And then over time, I certainly found it's probably more impactful if you're doing a bit of the building while flying. So you find out what works on deals, you adjust a little bit. You may not have as much room to do that if it's a hugely complex, impactful deal, but maybe you are fortunate enough to get the deal that's not going to crush the company if you do it wrong. And you really benefit from the learnings as you go along and do a lot of reflection, a lot of postmortems, lessons learned kind of exercises, and reflect that back into where you're going to prioritize the efforts going forward.
Yeah, I like that agile kind of methodology. How about you, Russ? Thoughts on the matter?
I mean, Dan stole the show there. I echo it. He said, I'll give credit to SAP's executive board. If I rewind back to the time when I joined the company in 2005, At that time, their story was almost purely organic. For 30 years, they built one of the leaders in enterprise software, virtually all organically. In the mid 2000s, they realized they needed to supplement the strategy with some inorganic moves. There was no corporate development function before that time. And so they consciously said, okay, let's set up this team and let's let them establish the templates, the processes, the network, all of those things before we really get active in a big way on deals. And we'll start with small deals. And if you look over the history of SAP's acquisitions back to the year I mentioned, the first couple of deals were tiny little deals, and some of which weren't even announced. They were so small. And we were doing all the things Dan mentioned. We were refining the templates and the processes. We were doing our postmortems. We were expanding the teams, the virtual M&A team across the organization to include everybody that would be needed to make those deals successful. And once we as a corp dev team and the executive board felt comfortable that we really knew what we were doing as a company in M&A, that's when you started to see the first large deals hit the press wire. And we bought a company in 2008 called Business Objects. It was the first public deal that SAP had ever done in its, at that point, almost 40-year history. So it's definitely a walk before you run approach. That's the best way to go here when standing up the function.
That was a great deal too, if I remember correctly. That was a fantastic deal.
It saved us during the downturn.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know. I remember reading about it. That's awesome. Well, we've talked a little bit about engagement, and one of the things I always like to tell people, we're like dealing on multiple axes, right? You've got the time axis that's also going on, right? And there's a lot of pressure to perform, right? Because the organization, the board of directors, the C-suite have really, put a lot of investment in hiring the right person and having this mandate, because it becomes usually one of the staples of the growth strategy. And so I would ask you, what's the first action? Like we've talked about the meetings, but when we're talking about the actual function itself, what are the things that you're doing to share success, to create that momentum so that, you sort of have that organizational credibility that you're going to execute on this growth strategy? So go ahead, Russ.
Sure. I mean, that comes out in your meetings with the senior leadership of the company, and the most exciting meetings are the ones where you're talking about what type of M&A can we do, what specific targets, what areas can we acquire in. That usually tends to get business leaders, senior executives, business unit leads pretty excited about the topic, and it's not just to keep the momentum going. It's not just a one-off meeting and then move on to the next person or function. It's setting up a consistent cadence and follow-up, making sure that you're following up with the folks that you're interacting with. It can't just be a flash in the pan type of exercise around an M&A discussion. It's got to be consistent. By the next time you talk to those senior leaders, you should have done some legwork around the companies and the areas that you've talked about for acquiring. These things build on each other. It's like the snowball rolling down the hill. You put a couple of these discussions together, you get smarter about the companies that you're looking at and the spaces that you're looking at. That comes through to the executives the next time you talk to them. And that's how you build that momentum and excitement about, okay, let's go do this. Let's get ready. Let's do this.
I think beyond the executives as well, if you can build that community, if you have persistence of people in roles, and I'm again focused on the integration side, to be clear, but if you have that sort of consistency, people learn so much deal to deal. It's remarkable what even one sizable, meaningful, all functional, encompassing deal can do to people's understanding of the opportunities that M&A brings.
Yeah.
So keeping those people in role and really building a community, getting people who can think maybe more naturally about things that are as amorphous as culture in a deal. becomes important because nobody else in the company is going to do it, right? We need the integration folks really to think about operational challenges. Again, back to capabilities. It's not normally the way that the business unit leaders are going to be wired. They're operating at maybe a different level, or it may be more engineering and roadmap specific. It's not going to be about the inner workings. So you can show value over time. And if you can get people excited, if there's enough deal flow to keep that persistence, get people excited, it's great. I think I'm speaking to a lot of people here on the call, but the goodness, hopefully, of M&A integration is you get to see a lot of the sausage making.
Yeah.
You get a seat that not many people get within a business, and that's visibility to the execs and the board, but across all functions, and really understanding how things work. And I think that's attracted many of us to the role, and what can help spur that continued engagement.
Perfect. And as we're talking about capability and kind of expanding the capability of the organization, how are you thinking about expanding the capability of your team? How are you thinking about, because this is more than one person job if you'd like to do it well and execute well. So how are you thinking about really expanding the team and the kinds of capabilities and really competencies that you're looking for in team members?
Well, let me jump in and expand on something Dan just said in addressing this. You've got your corporate development department, but that's typically going to be, depending on the size of your company, a small group of people, maybe less than 5, maybe even less than 3, right? You need the support structure across all the different functions to get M&A done. And what I wanted to pick up on from Dan's comments, it's not just in the integration function, but also on the execution side, that you ideally would have consistent representation from each function, same people working on due diligence from deal to deal, because they build up this knowledge base, not only about what's important in diligence, but how you conduct yourself, how you go about that exercise. And then ideally, frankly, it would be great if those people could stay with the deal into the integration phase, because they've built up all this institutional knowledge around the target company and its business that will help kind of prevent hitting the restart button when you reach the integration phase. And so, building out the team is I communicate that best practice is one of the things I talk about when I'm having my initial roadshow meetings with senior leaders is, look, ideally, I would have somebody from your team that's head down on M&A that can represent your function, that is knowledgeable about the company and the function, its needs in the context of an M&A deal to support me. That's probably unrealistic on day one. And so what you end up with in the early days in the first couple of deals are people that are moonlighting between their day job and working on M&A. And you need to be sensitive to that and respectful of that as a corp dev person kind of quarterbacking things. But to be honest, they are drawn naturally to the M&A work for reasons that Dan said. It's exciting, right? People want to get involved. So that helps with engagement. In terms of who it is from those organizations that you tap to be on the team, again, ideally it's somebody that knows their function very well, that's kind of almost expert level in their function, be it accounting, HR, legal, sales, and then someone who, is flexible, not rigid. They don't need to be M&A experts, but they need to have some cachet in whatever their function is. Building out the function itself, corp dev function, I'll just say, if I was making the next hire, besides myself on person one, the next hire would also be ideally somebody that has a background in M&A. And I like, and again, this is for the execution side of the house, but, I like folks that have had experience working at some firm, doesn't need to be a law firm, could be, one of the big four, some accounting firm, a banking firm, even a VC private equity firm. They just have a a base of experience beyond just one company or a couple of companies. They've had many different clients. They've worked alongside many different M&A professionals themselves. So their kind of breadth of experience, even if they've only been doing it about 5 years, is just far beyond what you can get if you know, from someone who's been part of a couple of organizations.
Totally agree. Thoughts, Dan?
Well, I'll speak to the integration side again. So I don't want a lawyer or a banker. So what I really would look for are those people, similar to what you said when you segued a bit, those people with experience ideally across a couple of companies, ideally across a multitude of functions. I think it's so critical to have some appreciation for the way that sales intersects with finance and product marketing and supply chain, et cetera, right? Because really integration is all about those dependencies and teams working together. And it's really about the gray space in between the functions.
Yeah.
I'd probably prioritize that experience. M&A integration experience, you know, I'd prefer, but I think I'd lean towards that real life experience and cross-functional experience first.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I absolutely get it. You know, one of the things I was just thinking about as you were talking is, you know, when you're in a function and you're communicating with the senior executives, a lot of times people have a set assumption of what success would look like, you know, for the corporate development team. How have you worked that out with senior leadership? Is that something that you define? Is it something that is sort of mandated? How do you look upon your success criteria within a corporate development team?
A couple of thoughts, and Russ, I know we talked about this beforehand a bit, so I don't want to steal your thunder. So back to the topic of this discussion, standing up the corporate development function. The good news is, for those of you who are maybe trying to do that within your own companies without having a history, or thinking about moving to such a position, is you can define things, right? So M&A to a company that's not done a lot of M&A is a bit of an unknown. So I think it's a combination of experiences coupled with that external perspective that I talked about earlier. And there are obviously some pretty obvious things. It's, you know, achievement to value drivers and the deal commit, the financials. But it's also the more project management specific aspects. So when you build a plan of record, do you execute to that plan? Do you manage scope? Do you manage costs, et cetera, et cetera? But there is an ability to sort of define it, I think. That's it's part of the goodness when you're standing up that function.
I'd agree. And if I had to oversimplify it, I'd say it comes down to two categories of you know, when you're looking at success, measuring success, and that's you know, I'll point to financial metrics that usually should be serving some larger corporate goal. So it could be, you know, revenue, bookings, cost, all of those things, you know, margin targets. Are you hitting those? Those will be defined in your business case and fully vetted with across all the teams and with the senior executives before you get your final approval for the deal, or at least they should be. And the other category, I'd say, you know, is people issues, and that's primarily, are you retaining the good talent, and are you leveraging the people within your existing organization to help you mine the most out of the company you acquire. So if you get the reason I'd say, you know, let's just boil it down to those two things, is because there's a lot of noise that happens around acquisitions and integrations. There's a lot of things that, you know, you just don't see in diligence. You don't find, mostly by design, because they tend to be less material issues. And so, you know, you could get frustrated post deal that you know, you're always hearing about, you know, you're hearing about a lot of problems that come out of the woodwork after a deal is done. But at the end of the day, if you're meeting your financial objectives, which again should be serving your corporate overall corporate strategy, and if the people are happy, you're successful in my view. And I'll tell you, your board, your senior leadership, and your shareholders are going to view it as a success, no matter what anybody else says. So to me, those things are most important.
Yeah, I completely agree. While you folks were talking, I was just thinking about, I was once told by someone that sometimes the best deal that we do is the one that doesn't close, right? And so that has a huge impact on what success looks like within the organization. I think a lot of times people are so focused on that close and on, having the transaction close and sort of executing that sometimes we sort of forget that sometimes not every acquisition is the right one, right? You're new on the team, you've got this corporate development team, so, someone in the sales team has this wonderful acquisition opportunity, but you don't close on it for a variety of reasons, right? Maybe there was, there just wasn't enough stickiness to the customers, revenue wasn't consistent, so on and so forth. How do you manage that within a new organization and a new team? How do you think about that?
It's a shock. Go ahead, Dan, please.
Just saying, those are called learning opportunities. So I will come to realize pretty quickly that is M&A, and frankly, there's that dynamic nature that is okay for some, and others decide that they don't like working hard on things that they believe to be right for the company that perhaps don't play out for any number of reasons, or perhaps they weren't right for the company. But it does happen all the time. Again, I think people need to have an appreciation for what M&A is, and that's probably part of that conversation that, frankly, I could have even been better with initially, but understanding that, just because there is a opportunity that surfaces to the top of your list, does not mean that you are going to close that deal and see the 1 + 1 = 3. I'd say more often than not, and Russ, you can give your stats from your history, but a lot of things don't work out, right? That's just part of the nature of the game.
Yeah, I would agree. I was going to say for folks that haven't been around M&A much, it can be a shock when you walk away from an opportunity that you put a lot of time and effort into. And so particularly, let's say a deal where you've signed a letter of intent, triggered advisors on both sides, triggered folks up and down your organization on diligence and integration planning, and then ultimately walk. But I do think, as you alluded to, Dan, that it is part of the early education process for deal professionals to let folks know that does happen, not that it can happen, that it will happen. And it's part of what it should happen. Frankly, it's part of what you're trying to achieve in diligence. I would say if someone's been doing this a long time and they have 100% deal closure rate post LOI, they're missing something.
Oh yeah.
There's got to be deals in there in their history that they probably shouldn't have done. And so, as you said it at the outset, sometimes the best deals are the ones that don't get done. That's absolutely true, and it's what you're trying to ferret out in the diligence process.
There were a good number of deals in the Cisco days, and folks on the line here can validate, but that weren't done because of cultural reasons. You might get pretty far down the line and realize that numbers aside, this thing is not actually going to work out. So John Chambers, the old CEO of Cisco, was famous for talking about this quite openly. And how he thought about deals and the importance of kind of seeing it all the way through, and instituting that divorce before the marriage was even finalized.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it could be any number of reasons, as you've both articulated very well. So I've been, thinking a lot about organizations and how, an average CEO's tenure, and I may be incorrect, but I seem to remember it's pretty short. It's like 18 months or 2 years, right? And a lot of times, as with, various types of administrations, there's a new administration in town. And, a lot of times the corporate development team suffers. So how do you and you've both been in corporate development, various functionalities, kind of leading various teams and organizations. How do you really protect the longevity and the work and the team and sort of, because you've created a work, you've created processes, you've engaged team members. How do you not lose that when there is a change in administration?
It's well, luckily I haven't had to undergo that very, very often in my career, but I think it's, in some ways, I'd approach it as almost like hitting the reset button on all the things that we talked about doing when you set up the function in the first place. But now you're coming at it with kind of an established track record, not just at some other company, but at your own company, the company you're in, where you're trying to preserve the function. Hopefully, if you've done it right, you've got a track record of success that you can point to, and you've got credibility and relationships across the organization beyond just whatever leader may have come in new to the organization. That's how I would try to preserve it. Again, I've been lucky enough to serve under largely the same stable leadership of both companies where I've done the corp dev function.
Rima, I'd say as long as inorganic is still a significant component of the strategy, there aren't going to be major shifts. There's going to be ebbs and flows. Of course, there are those companies that reset under new leadership and M&A goes out the window. But a product family just as well could be shut down. So we're no different than any other offerings that way to some degree. I do think a lot of the core process methodology, the inherent knowledge that's going to continue, even if it's not necessarily utilized as much when the new person comes in as it was in the past. And I think people have been around a while know that, M&A does ebb and flow, right? So you might need to get very active and you take some of those people out of what is their functional day job, bring them into M&A fully for periods of time, and then they sort of drift back. But when you pull them back again, the underpinnings are there. So
Actually,
still value.
So, sorry to interrupt, Dan. I think a greater risk, Rima, in the situation you described is having a lot of the know-how within your corp dev function or the other supporting functions going out the door with the leader that's leaving. And that could, create issues for, what you've built over the years. I think that's a more likely scenario.
Yeah, it can be very, very disruptive to the whole organization and to the strategy of the growth of the organization. As we're thinking about, and I'm just thinking about maybe some audience members are looking to start their corp dev teams within an organization, what advice would you give them? What are some, and feel free to, you don't have to numeralize it or anything, but what are the thoughts or advice that you would give them, what they should consider in thinking about setting up a corporate development function?
Yeah,
I'll jump in. Go ahead, please, Dan, go ahead.
Russ, we're doing good with the exact same duration of our pauses. We'll have to get off sequence here. So a couple of thoughts, and maybe back to some of what I shared earlier. So I think it's paramount to firstly do some of that self-assessment, a little bit of a diligence on the company that you're going into, within which you're going to set up this corp dev function. And I say that because cultures vary greatly. Even the offerings of any given company and the ways that they can extend through M&A to bring in other influences, it varies widely. So I would say, starting off with that self-assessment that can be done from both sort of within, if there is an existing, maybe small corp dev team, or there's a core group of leaders who can kind of help suggest, and or with the functional teams as well, and really getting them to help assess. It's going to allow you to figure out where corp dev can play, what challenges are going to need to be overcome, what can be done within the functions, or maybe what needs to be initiated out of corp dev. So I think that's critical. And then again, I would say it's a little bit orthogonal to your question, but back to some of the ways of starting off would involve getting that third-party perspective in. So if you're going to build a corp dev function, this is a bit of a square peg for some companies that have not had it before. So that external validation, getting the others who've seen it across industries, across companies, over long durations of time, and allowing that sort of education within the company, I think greatly benefits the corp dev leader who is trying to build the native function.
Yeah, I'll say, a couple of words of advice about each, what I consider to be the major phases of a deal life cycle. So, pre-deal stage, figuring out what deals to do and sourcing, stay focused on big picture. It's easy to get enamored with the idea of acquiring in a certain space that may be hot, but not particularly relevant to your company or not really going to drive your corporate objectives, or to get enamored with a specific company for some reason, maybe personalities on the executive team or something. You have to stay true to the corporate strategy. That's why you exist. M&A is just a tool to driving the overall corporate strategy, and so you've got to stay focused on that and stay mindful of that. In the deal execution process, I'd say, the best deals are the ones where both parties feel good about the deal and feel like they got a good deal. As a negotiator, my approach is, almost everything is negotiable. There may be some areas where you got to draw a thick line and you can't budge, but in areas where you can, I'd say, try to get creative and make the other party feel good about the deal. In our space, we tend to be dealing with founder-led companies primarily. Even when there's some external money in the door, it's not a controlling stake. And so these folks are critical to the operation post-deal, and their first impression many times of your company is in the negotiation process. And so winning every point might make you feel good in the moment of getting a deal done, but long-term, it could harm the overall business and what you're trying to achieve. And then finally, on the integration side, I'd say we borrow from the Hippocratic Oath here at ANSYS. We did at SAP as well, and that is do no harm. And when we are putting together an integration plan, we first want to make sure that we really understand what makes the acquired company tick, what's made them successful, and protect their sales pipeline, not go in and kind of rip everything down and tear everything apart and flush out all of the value in the company that we're acquiring.
That's great. I loved all that. That was awesome.
I like Russ, I'd comment, I like the spirit of do no harm, but I would say never use those terms. Voice that out loud. So the truth is you're going to do some harm, right? You want to be very careful.
That's true.
With sort of incubating the value and making sure you don't unnecessarily destroy it. But certainly being very clear, communicating about how things are going to change if they must. Sometimes that's a negotiation, as you know, sometimes it's not. And it's how you get people over that change curve, really.
One of the questions that we got in the Q&A was, when you're looking, there are, I think, private equity companies that will second, an employee into one of their assets in a portfolio, right? So they're really answering to the private equity people, but they're really then working within the portfolio team to find acquisition opportunities, because that's part of the growth strategy that they're looking to implement. How have your experiences been with those kinds of structures? Do you have any experiences to speak of, and how have those worked out?
Well, I've come across those folks on the sell side, and they've got a different perspective than, let's say, a homegrown corporate development leader within, a company that's kind of a standalone independent company. So as a person on the other side of the table, from someone like that, it is helpful to do a bit of research, not only on the company you're looking to acquire, but also the private equity firm and their entire portfolio to really understand, where the motivations are, where they lie on the other side. Because in that case, as I described, making sure you get a good deal for both companies, a good deal in that instance may not just be a good deal for the selling company. It could mean, a good deal for the broader portfolio within which they're a part.
Yeah. Dan, thoughts?
Well, I've not seen that directly. I'm looking at the question to make sure I understand it completely. So although not having seen it, I would say having a counterpart in some form or fashion in the acquired company, in this case, we're saying it came from the PE, can be greatly beneficial. I think we'd still need to understand what the nature of the deal is. And is this sort of an absorb, or is this some more merger of equals, and that will change the nature of the relationship. So it can be very beneficial. We just need to be very clear on roles and responsibilities and decision rights and things like that at an early.
Yeah. So I'll just answer this piece that I have worked with private equity companies as sort of, someone that's brought in to help an organization that they own or have an interest in thinking about acquisition strategies, right? How do we think about M&A? And one of the things I will say is there are many times competing motivations. Within the private equity organization, there's a lot of focus on financial engineering, meaning, you're doing a lot of modeling and you're thinking about, cheap money, where you can leverage capital. So you're thinking about really cost of capital issues. And if through financial engineering, it makes sense. However, when you're talking to the operating executives, what you find is their focus is really on, wait a minute, do our customers align? Can we actually reach this, geographic market? And what's our experience been in the past? And a lot of those pieces get ignored because many times they don't know how to quantify them easily into the financial models. So there's a huge disparity, and there's a lot of work that happens in translating that disparity to individuals. So it is beneficial because you get the exposure. People know about the deal. You have, people are more ready to accept when you ask for capital, infusion to go make an acquisition, but then there's competing motivations. So, I would really caution, organizations to think about that kind of structure. And if they can, to have one that sits within the organization, because you want someone who thinks from that perspective and executes from that perspective. So that's just been my experience as I've worked with different organizations. One of the other questions that we had, which I thought was interesting, was, we talked about how not every deal is the right deal. And maybe that's the best deal is the one that we haven't done. So why is there so much focus on deal sheets and the number of deals that you've done and how much have you executed? Which, I think it's an oxymoron. So, and I find that interesting. So any thoughts on that?
Well, those are the trophies, right? And everybody in every profession likes to have their trophies. And it used to be that you used to get an actual trophy.
I know, I love the tombstones.
And so if you have a lot of those on your credenza, it says something, I guess, about yourself. I don't know. I don't think it's anything more than that. When I found myself interviewing for jobs over the years, I often talk much more about, you can't give details about deals that never happened. But I do tend to emphasize that, despite the fact that I've done about 100 deals in my career, closed deals, there's probably 3-4 times that I've gotten very far down a path in evaluating, and those are just as additive to my experience as the ones that close. And so, I don't think it's anything more than just it's a metric to point to in this profession.
Dan?
I think Russ covered it.
Yeah. And this has just been my experience. I find that people that ask for that metric, it's usually because organizations haven't had a corporate development function, and it's one of what they think should be the criteria. So in fact, it actually tells me a lot more when people tell me the deals that they've done. And I'll give you an example. If somebody says to you that I've done $43 billion in deals, and you're, I don't know, in your mid to late 30s, that says a lot to me, right? It says about what you actually did on the deal. And so, in fact, it can work both ways. So I would caution people to really think about what you put and to have the backing for everything that you put on your resume. It's very critical to your credibility and your long-term professional success. So I'll just close on that topic.
Yeah.
Are we close to our time? I think we are. So as we close, I'd love to leave people with thoughts that they can ruminate on about corporate development. And I'm going to give the stage to you both. And if Russ, you want to talk first, and then we'll have Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, when you come in to the function, you have a lot of excitement yourself about getting it off the ground. And again, for all the reasons we've discussed, there's a lot of excitement around the organization about the fact that a corp dev function is being established, and therefore signaling that, hey, we're gonna do deals, and that's exciting. But as the leader in the middle of setting it up, be humble, be collaborative. Understand that you're not going to be the savior that turns company performance around or helps it hit a different trajectory. And frankly, you're not going to be viewed that way. And there's probably as many skeptical folks around the organization as there are people that will be excited. So like any other thing of value, any other endeavor of value, know that it's a process. And to have an impact, it needs to be a process. And there's a vast amount of collaboration and support that's going to be needed across the organization, and you should make the priority establishing that from the first day on the job.
Well said, Russ. I would say probably for the third time, learn about your own company when you're coming in, and really all facets. Of course, there's too much to learn in a matter of weeks. It's not going to happen, but it is a process, as you said, Russ. And I would say all the way down to things as tactical as what tools are people used to using, what meetings are the sort of the large corporate meetings, who gets involved in those meetings. So you can imagine, I was in some sessions just this morning about sort of how we do forecasting here, which I'm sort of still trying to figure out after a couple of years. But knowing those things fully is very beneficial for, of course, integration time, right? Because ultimately it's about having that sort of understanding. M&A, and I speak again specifically to integration, it can be an overwhelming overhead of process and templates and the rest. So part of that understanding the own company is understanding what tools work, how far can you push people before it comes too much, and what can you make use of that already exists. That's going to make it easier to really generate the enthusiasm and get people engaged.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you both. And thank you, Kison and team, for a wonderful setup. Much success to the conference and the team members listening in. And I personally will say to everybody on the phone, if you would like to connect on any topic, feel free to reach out. I love to engage with individuals and different perspectives. So please reach out. And Dan and Russ, are you okay with that? Or you
Absolutely.
Great.
Okay, wonderful.
Fun topic to talk about.
I think so. Think so. Maybe we'll get into stories some other day. All right. Well, thank you so much. Have a lovely conference, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima, Russ, Dan. Let's give it up for them.
Oh, nice. I like it.
Thanks, Kison.
We got a minute for the next show, guys. We'll roll right into it. So with that, we'll get started shortly. You're all set, Marcia.
All right. Welcome everyone to our next session, Avoiding Valuation Surprises in Accounting for M&A Transactions. And please join me in welcoming PJ Patel, co-CEO and Senior Managing Director at Valuation Research Corporation, and Brian Butcher, Vice President of Corporate Strategy and M&A at Church & Dwight. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you. First, Kison, congratulations on putting on a great conference. There's been a lot of good topics on automation, integration, synergies, and other matters. So really enjoyed listening in on some of the sessions earlier today. This session is going to focus on valuation. Brian, maybe you can start. What's your background in M&A?
Sure. Hey, everyone. Good to see everyone. So Brian Buchert, I run corporate strategy and M&A for Church & Dwight. For those not aware of us, we're like a mini Procter & Gamble consumer product company, roughly 20 billion market cap, and been around for 176 years. I've been here for almost 16 years now, which is stunning to me, actually. I didn't really expect to be here this long. But actually, excuse me, 14 years. I lost track. And before that, I worked at a private equity firm doing direct investments, and prior to that, investment banking at Morgan Stanley. So have worked on deals my whole career. And at Church & Dwight, we've done 16 acquisitions in the period of time that I've been here, and maybe 6 or 7 very small divestitures over that period of time as well. And also work on the way it's described as anything where money goes out the door, I somehow get stuck involved in it. And we don't have a team, it's just me. It's been just me for every day of 14 years. So I have a lot of help and resources in the company helping, but not, no one works for me.
That sounds good, Brian. And I'm PJ Patel, I'm co-CEO of Valuation Research. Despite the advice given on the last panel, I will say that my focus is on valuation, and with that, I get to see a lot of deals. I've been doing this for about 25 years, and have worked on well over 1,000 deals in that time period. Working with public companies, private equity firms. One of the interesting things about my job is that I get to see deals, all the way through their life cycle. So a lot of times, we're working with companies pre-deal. We're working with them at the time they do the deal for opening balance sheet purposes. And then we're also working with them post-deal. And we get to see their impairment reviews. And I can share some guidelines that I see in terms of best practices, but also timeframes in terms of integration and things of that sort. I will say one of the items that we always look at when we're doing deals, when we're working on deals, is this a good deal? Is it a bad deal? Is it so-so? Is it somewhere in the middle? And the vast majority of the deals, I would say, are good deals. I mean, gosh, it's I hear all the statistics in terms of acquisitions failing and things of that sort, but quite frankly, in my experience, the vast majority of deals that we see are positive. They work. And we see the companies that are doing those deals benefiting in terms of their valuation and margins and things of that sort. Brian, we've been working together, I guess, 14 years since you started at Church & Dwight. And over the last few years, we've been seeing your deals, get bigger and bigger, but we also haven't seen any impairment. So, when you're doing deals, how do you ensure that you're not overpaying, that you don't have an impairment down the road? Especially in this environment, can be tricky.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I knock on wood, I'll probably jinx myself here, but yes, we have not had to take an impairment yet. But you never know, obviously, for sure. We do, a lot of diligence on deals, but we do actually have a conversation, interestingly, about impairments in the beginning and about our pricing and how we're going to structure a deal. And it is a topic that comes up. We do, would we not do a deal because we think there's a higher case of impairment risk? Probably not. But it also leads us not to overpay for deals. We actually go back and we walk away from a lot of things if we feel like it's going to be a hot, crazy deal, and we don't want to take an impairment charge someday. And, rightly or wrongly, it's kind of a strategy for us. I've walked away from plenty of things that we really liked. Great brands, great businesses, fantastic. And we just felt like it was a risky proposition and that we didn't want to overpay. And we're pretty, what's the word? There's no emotion. That we're very big on being very emotionless about deals. We never get deal fever. No one ever says things like, I really want to own this business. It's always, I'd like to own it at the right price and right structure. If we don't, we move on because our base business is strong. And if we don't do deals, it doesn't matter, quite honestly. Now, it hurt me in my job, but I don't have any KPIs. I don't have to do any number of deals. It's really very much, it's worked out to kind of be one a year, but that's just pure happenstance. We'll go years without doing a deal.
Got it.
And some years we'll do 3 or 4.
Yeah. And it's interesting for me working with you. I mean, quite frankly, working with your group is a little different than, quite frankly, just about every other group that I work with. And what I would say is that, as a valuation specialist, I mean, I focused on fundamental valuation analysis, discounted cash flow analysis, IRR, EBITDA multiples. We've heard some of the other people today talking about using those kinds of metrics as well, and methods as well. But your math is different a lot of times than that. I think the thing that resonates with me is if you're competing against 20 other firms, they're all using the same math. Your math is oftentimes a little bit different. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So the way to describe it is we do different math. And I'd say we do DCFs and IRRs simply because you want them and, and you use them. We actually have created kind of our own proprietary metric that we have studied over. We've worked with it sounds crazy, but we've worked with statisticians. We looked at public companies. We looked at our history and determined that the traditional metrics of valuing businesses are just don't work. And so I'll take a DCF as an example, not to be too dismissive of it, but I can make you believe anything with a DCF. It's just all about the inputs going into it. We're a big cash company. Cash earnings is king. We don't do any games with. We actually don't even really look at EPS on a deal. We don't look at I've presented to our board for 14 years and we've never once talked about a DCF or IRR. It's a completely different metric and it's a cash on asset metric that's a little different than what some of the things that are out there. And we've determined that basically the R squared to Church and Dwight stock is like 98 point something %. And that's good enough for us. And if we continue, we're just fundamental believers that investors value cash over the mirage of a P&L. I always say the actual income statement is not, not that it's not real, but it's something that can be sort of manipulated to a degree. You can't manipulate the balance sheet or the cash flow statement. And so we are very focused on strong cash generating businesses. And we also have a fundamental belief that having expensive assets is a negative, and we prefer asset light type businesses. It works really well for brands in our space. We prefer not to take on plants as an example. And but we also value things that others might not value as much. And I'll give you an example is tax shields. To us, that's a very valuable component because it's cash. And we also are willing to be more conservative, you've probably seen, than other companies in terms of how we deal with goodwill and put lives on certain businesses that you could argue, you could fight to have indefinite. There's certainly, we tend to be more conservative, and because we don't care about EPS. Now we do as a company because you have to a little bit, but when it comes to deals, we talk about cash accretion, not EPS accretion.
Yeah.
It's in all our press releases, and it's on purpose.
Got it. When you're talking about cash on return on assets, is that all assets?
No,
does that include intangibles, or is it more tangible assets? Or
it does not. It's tangible. I can't get into all the details because it's our secret sauce. But broadly speaking, it is hard assets, and it is. I always laugh because when we're in a process, I drive bankers crazy because my first question is always, I'll get a book or whatever it is, and it never has what I need in it. And I will immediately call and say, I need 4 numbers. And these aren't the only 4, but they're good enough. I say I need inventory, payables, receivables, and gross PP&E, not net, gross.
Yeah.
Gross is real, net's in accounting, doesn't mean anything really in the grand scheme of things. And once I get those, I can do my math, and within hours, I can come back and say whether we're interested or not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. And of course, we typically see deal models and, lots of different assumptions going into determining the purchase price. The synergies are also a key component of that. And, quite frankly, a lot of times that's sort of the factor that's used to bridge, between, winning and losing. It's been my experience. So do you do any accretion dilution sort of analysis as you're thinking about doing a deal?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we do all the traditional stuff. It's DCF, IRR. What else do I put in there? I've got I've had some chart for years on ROIC that just all spits out. But I'll tell you honestly, I don't think I've ever even gotten past page 1 of a board deck and ever had a single question about any of those metrics. Like, it really is truly, our board's also very well versed in this. So it's part of basically training is, here's how we think about deals. And it's a really important part of our company history. At the end of the day, we have 12 power brands, 11 of them have been acquired in the last 20 years or so. So there's a real deep knowledge. Now we get a lot of questions about the quality of the business, a lot of questions about, that I get lots of those, but it's never this IRR doesn't seem good enough. And so that's why I always enjoy my conversations with you guys, because I have to completely rethink how I'm going about looking at the business. And it actually leads to some interesting conversations with our controller and the model and what it really looks like. And it's like I have to become a new person and have a totally different viewpoint.
Right. Yeah, interesting. A few of the sessions this morning talked about the use of earnouts and quite frankly, you all in the past never really used an earnout, but your latest deal is what is it, almost 50% an earnout in terms of total potential total consideration. And from our standpoint, just a couple of metrics. I mean, what we see is in the middle market and below, probably 50% of the deals that we see have an earnout these days, which is pretty high statistic, and especially the way the market's been over the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, you really needed that to bridge the gap between buyers and sellers. Have your thoughts been evolving around earnouts? What's
I would tell you, if we had this conversation 5 years ago, I would say there's no way we're ever doing an earnout. It's too complicated to manage. It sets up some dynamics with the seller that aren't tenable for us. So historically, we have been a buy, integrate, get the synergies, put it in-house, and we're off and running kind of company. And we started changing that a few years ago, and it came in our non-consumer business to start, in our specialty products division. And it started with something really small. It was one of these, maybe 5% of the consideration was in an earnout, and it was just to bridge a valuation gap. And we still took over the business, and it was a 1-year thing. It was sort of like, it was really simple and easy. So we kind of dipped our toe in the water. And then we did another one that was 25% of the consideration. And that one, their whole team was staying. And so they kind of could control their own destiny. And it was over a 3-year period, and they used our resources to run the business. And that went well. Honestly, they didn't get to the full earnout, but they knew that they didn't, and it was all friendly. And we actually just paid them a few weeks ago, actually. Then that led to the last one from last year that you're referring to. We've kind of tiptoed up here, and we still prefer not to. But this last one was a newish brand that had grown dramatically from 10 million to 180 million in 2 years. And that made us nervous, and we were not willing to pay full value upfront for the business. And so we structured it as it was 475 million upfront and 425 million in the same exact structure as we had for the other deal. In fact, just copied and pasted the paragraphs. And it's a no cliff. It's just whatever percentage you get towards a number is what you get. So it's pretty simple. And because of that, though, their team ended up kind of continuing to sort of run the brand for us in a TSA. And then I made one of the biggest mistakes I've made in my career so far by we couldn't figure out how to run it or what we were going to do, and eventually raised my hand and said, I can do it. I know the guy, I know everything. And that's been a year ongoing here. So it's my side gig, is basically running a multi-$100-million business for us. And that's been a little challenging, to say the least, but it's worked out fine. I mean, the business is doing very well, doing great in this environment. So it's luckily when salons are gone, people use female hair removal devices. The brand's called Flawless, for anyone out there. Make a marketing pitch if anyone wants to take a look at it. It's up 100% year over year because people are home and can't go to the salon and need our products.
Got it. It's interesting you mentioned that you're now sort of leading that business. In my experience, and again, seeing a lot of different deals, it's good to have corporate development involved, post deal, part of the integration and even beyond. But whereas they might be the 80 pre-deal, it's good to be the 20 post-deal instead of continuing on as the 80 is my experience.
Yeah, I agree completely at this point. But yeah, I mean, I also run every integration all the way to the end anyway. And so this one was just special because it was also relationship driven. Their owner needed to, because he had so much at stake, was actually thrilled when he heard, because we had spent so much time together, and he felt like we could talk. And so he's still kind of running the business. I make all the big decisions, new products, anything to do with the brand. Day-to-day marketing, advertising, they're doing it. And we meet, it was funny when we first negotiated the deal, we were talking about me going to visit them, once a month, spend the whole day, along those lines, and be in contact, but mostly go and spend a whole day and just go through the business. And within like a week, I was getting phone calls every day from the team there, and they wanted more involvement. And so it ended up being a lot more. So now before this, I was up there once a week for a day. But the beautiful thing in corporate development, as anyone can tell you, is honestly, in this world where you're working from home, most of what I do is virtual anyway, quite honestly. Like it's not as face-to-face as people think. And so it hasn't been so far that big of a challenge.
Brian, one of the items that came up again, sort of in an earlier session, I think you've kind of talked about this a little bit. It might be good to hit the topic head on.
Mm-hmm.
Does the lack of an impairment a goodwill impairment indicate success? Or conversely, if you were to have an impairment, would that lead you down the path of saying, hey, this deal wasn't necessarily successful? Or, again, your math is a little different. So, and clearly when you look at your market cap and how it's grown over the years, I'd like to say that, these activities have been pretty successful.
It's a really interesting question. So a lack of impairment doesn't necessarily mean that it was a really good deal. All right. All it means is that it wasn't a bad deal. And that sometimes is fine. Like somebody said before, like, I hate to use the baseball analogies, but hitting a single is nothing. It doesn't have to be a home run every time. It's okay to have some singles in there. The second part of the question is actually a really fascinating hypothetical that I actually had with our CEO not too long ago before this is, and I'll actually just give the live example because it was a real deal, is Clorox 10 years ago bought a business called Burt's Bees, which was an excellent business and we liked it. And it was, it was one of those where we kind of backed off because everyone liked it. And we just knew we weren't going to be aggressive enough to actually ever win it. So we didn't want to waste our time, but we loved the business. And Clorox just way overpaid to win it. They went up to almost 20 times EBITDA and won the deal. And within 2 to 3 years, they took a $250 or $300 million impairment, which was probably what they should have paid. And the question was, would you be sad to have that impairment charge on the sort of, it's there forever on your P&L and you can't ever hide from it. But the business has been very successful for 10 years. It's done well. It just didn't do well enough to justify that kind of a price tag. So it's a tricky question. I would say taking an impairment charge on a small enough deal that doesn't really impact the company, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. If that business, if you had projected it was going to grow 15% a year and it only grew 8%, and you said, okay, well, I overpaid, a little bit for it. I think, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but you can't predict those things in the future. If you told me that's what Burt's Bees was going to do, for sure, we might have been in there and tried to overpay for it. But that's the game you play is what do you think it's really going to do? And that's where, like you said, you could play games with the DCF, when you're talking about the competition and winning deals, like you're absolutely right, is you can play games with growth rates. And that's how, I always joke that some big global companies have a different spreadsheet than I do. They have a special spreadsheet that they can plug in international growth and other stuff. And they can say it's going to grow a lot faster and therefore justify paying a bigger price. And so that's a challenge sometimes that we, might lose those deals. We also win deals and do deals that, quite frankly, I think people underappreciate. So we buy random, our M&A criteria does not involve categories, businesses, types of businesses. It's very vague, but it's very specific, if that makes any sense. So it's got to fit a certain math criteria. Where that leads us, we don't care. Like in fact, I had to go to, it was getting so bad in the company, the randomness, that I basically had to go to our top 100 people in small group meetings to explain what we're doing. Like there was so many questions, like what the heck are these people doing? And I just couldn't, it was hard to explain one off. So we just decided to kind of explain our strategy to everybody in more detail. And so it leads us into weird directions. It's sort of, because we're looking at a different math, some things to us are a jewel, whereas to others, they're not. Right. And so I think we've won and gotten good prices actually on cheaper prices on some things that are kind of the perceived ugly stepchild in everything that is a diamond in the rough to us.
Got it. So maybe a couple of additional follow-ups. One item is talking about sort of the timing of integration and can you define success? And I think sometimes, and again, we heard it earlier today, it can be difficult to do that. But in my role, just given that I work with companies pre-deal, post-deal, et cetera, I think we've figured out that the pattern is pretty much the same, right? And day zero, you won the deal, everybody's happy. Right after you do the deal, it's like, uh-oh, what'd we buy? And that probably lasts for about 6 months, and then the work begins, and the work continues for a period of 2 years, and you try to figure out what you have, trying to integrate and things of that sort, and where rubber really hits the road, in our opinion, is kind of year 3, where at year 3 you really go, is this a good deal or a bad deal? And if it's a bad deal, that's where we see a lot of companies take an impairment. And our experience has been sort of it's year 3, 4, and maybe year 5, where you see those impairments. In the first year, of course, we just did the deal, we pay the same price, we do the same deal again, that sort of stuff. In year 2, you're in the middle of integrating and working through sort of. Any thoughts on that, Brian? Is that in line with what you see? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. It's an interesting one. So the real answer is we're pretty darn sure we know what we have day one. It's a plan in place. It's exactly what we're going to do, and it's we know if it's working or not really quickly. I'll agree with you, though, that one of the good things is sometimes there's other external reasons a business doesn't do as well as you had expected early on. And it's a nice, convenient way to kind of delay things a little bit in terms of having to have those discussions. So the answer is we're really detail oriented in what we've bought, who's running it. It's never like, hey, 6 months in, what do we buy? Like it's integrated within 3 months, in most cases, unless we do one of these structured deals. And so our only, now we've actually run into, when you go into year 5, to me, it's the impairment charge thing gets a little weird once you get past like a certain period of time. Like I get it. I actually get it in that 3-year period where that's where you probably know that it's a disaster or it's a real big problem. Like we had a situation where we bought a gummy vitamin business that was fantastic for a few years. Great business, beat every expectation, everything was wonderful. And then by our own village, had nothing to do with the deal, had nothing to do with the acquisition. It was, we owned it and we made a decision of building a plant because we were running out of capacity because business was going so well. And we made a choice to build an extension to one of our plants on the East Coast to make gummy vitamins. And quite frankly, it didn't work out and it became a problem. And so we had a hiccup in the business. And in a lot of cases, if you're going through these technical impairment, tests every year, you could have looked at it and said, oh boy, this is a problem now. They had a 1-year hiccup. And, we ended up with, talking it through and basically but it was a lot of conversation to basically buy ourselves the time to fix it. And I think we had enough history and reputation and, that we were going to, so we got that and it's all great. We everything's back to the way it was and better. But, I joke that, it's sort of technically, could you have argued that we should take an impairment charge? Yes, but it would have looked silly a year later.
Yeah, it's I think Brian, I was on the FASB roundtable for their project on goodwill and intangibles, and your comment there was I think very much in line with sort of my views and my experience is that prior to year 5. Maybe it's probably a bad deal if you've got an impairment.
Yeah.
But after year 5, it kind of becomes more corporate goodwill. It's management decision making, like you said, on building a factory. What's the next product line? What's the next thing in the company's life cycle, as opposed to the acquisition that was done.
The interesting thing you bring up actually an interesting point, even when you talk about it's general to Church and Dwight. So this is the DCF problem as well. Is when you're going out 10 years, I mean, it's a joke. Like no one knows what's going to happen in 10 years. And then you're putting a terminal value on it. I mean, it's just crazy. Like there's no way to know. Like we really, like we do a model that goes out, but our view is you really can only know what's going to happen for a few years anyway. Like, and then it's your choices. Like what new products are you going to do? What R&D work? Like, you know, I don't know what it's going to look like in 5 years. Like I have a gut feeling of a bare minimum, but there's no way I know what the business is really going to look like. So that's where our math looks at history. Yeah. Like it actually looks at what a business really is today. And what it does, honestly, it keeps us away from these sort of hot startup, fast growing businesses that don't make any money. And there's a whole lot of them in our space. And you notice we buy things like Waterpick, you know, big business, owns a category, makes a lot of money. You know, it's every one of them, you know, you show me a business that has a 35% EBITDA margin, I'll probably like it and don't care where it is. Because it tells you that consumers love the business and are willing to pay a lot for it. Yeah. So yeah, the whole 5, 7, you know, doing an impairment test 7 years out after you bought an acquisition based off of a DCF model you did is, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Maybe just one additional follow-up question in that area around sort of the accounting around, you know, doing M&A deals. Do you really care in terms of, you know, how the purchase price allocation looks with the split between customers and the brand and, you know, things of that sort? I mean, you know, typically you're acquiring companies that are pretty brand heavy. Yep. And so does that come up as part of your discussions at all? I know that, you know, and this might be more for, you know, people on the accounting side more than for you, but any thoughts around that?
Yeah, you know, like I said, we're pretty conservative in general about how we look at that area and are more willing to kind of be aggressive conservatively in that regard. So we don't have a lot of conversations about it. Actually, the only time it ever comes up is the buyer sometimes has a very real desire to have things bucketed in different ways. Sure. And then all of a sudden it's having to relook at things. But we just follow the rule. You know, we don't really try to get aggressive anywhere. We just follow what the rules are. And like I said, I've only had a couple of times where I've had a seller actually ask to be more aggressive in where you bucket things for their own, I think it was tax reasons or something along those lines. So not really. I'm involved and we talk about it and ask the questions. I sit in the room with you guys and we go through it, but because we're not an EPS driven company, it just doesn't, it doesn't matter as much.
Got it. But why don't we fast forward to the current environment? And you know, one of the things that I do is Intralinks has a really good deal flow predictor, and you know, I'm always looking at that to see what the tea leaves are. You know, is activity, you know, picking up, slowing down? But even in their latest you know, estimate, it was highly uncertain. You know, and so what are you seeing? Are there deals out there, or are you getting, you know, books and that sort of stuff? You know,
there are. There is activity. It's different activity though. So, and not as much. I mean, to be honest, I mean, it right away, call it March, everything just kind of shut down completely. But we're a few months in now, and what I'm seeing is either get large multinationals doing small divestitures, usually in international small countries that are very specific to that country. Right now, you're seeing a lot of, you know, I'll call it COVID benefit. Businesses were benefited by COVID in a way. And so, especially in our consumer space, you know, everyone's home, everyone's buying lots of stuff. So it's kind of been a crazy time for us, just even supplying. But I'm starting to get call them businesses in supplements of that nature are all way up. And so you get some people trying to take advantage of the near term surge. So I'm getting a couple of those. No auctions right now that I can think of, like real ones, where it's like, hey, I'm going to throw a book out to a bunch of people. There's a couple of very target. This is what I think is going to happen more throughout the year. Is it's going to be very difficult to manage a complex process with lots of bidders. And so what I'm seeing right now, literally, is kind of a inquiry of, hey, would you be interested? Let's answer yes. Let's do some quick, really important, high-level diligence items that are kind of the really big ones. We'll do that quickly, just one-on-one, and have a quick purchase price discussion. And if we can meet the minds, then let's try to do a deal. And I'm getting that because we're a experienced buyer with lots of capital and lots of ability to execute. And so I've definitely gotten a couple of those. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to do them, and it likely might not. But yeah, the deal flow is slower, but I just got another one, international one the other day, of a small brand that, we had looked at in the past and went to a private equity firm and asking, hey, are you still interested in it? Do you want to engage? And so that happens a fair amount. I joked that, I looked at Waterpick for 10 years, 3 different times. Okay. And it went to 3 different owners, and it finally hit the metric that the dynamic of the business changed to being way more water flossers. And I just called the PE firm up, and we actually ended up just doing a one-on-one deal. And so now it's a painful one-on-one deal, but it's still one-on-one.
Well, look, I think, probably a lot of people in the room here wouldn't complain about more proprietary deals and maybe.
Honestly, the vast majority of the deals that we've done have been effectively either one-on-one type deals or long-standing relationships. Like, we actually don't really participate in these, hot auctions, and, or we'll go all the way up to a management meeting, and then we have the real conversation. It's kind of like, do we want to dive in and spend months and everyone's time or not? And that's the big meeting. That's kind of like the gut check. Like, all right, do we really like this business? And then B, are we really going to win it? Or can we win it?
Yeah.
So Flawless, the last one we did was they called me. Yeah. Honestly, the guy just knew us locally in New Jersey and went up to meet with them. And never forget, I went down to the parking lot and called our CEO, and I said, I found our next deal. And he literally was like, where are you? Like, he had no idea where I was. And I'm like, I'm in a parking lot in Wayne, New Jersey. We ended up doing it.
Yeah. Have you seen any changes in valuation? Again, we haven't seen a whole lot of deals yet, over the last 3 months, call it. But, I would say from our side, we are seeing, a few more proprietary deals than what we've seen in the past. And, and the multiples, using, let's say, EBITDA as a metric, the multiples do seem to be maybe 1 turn, maybe even 2 turns lower than what we saw in the past.
I don't know yet. I mean, honestly, it still comes down to the business and how good it is. And, COVID, not COVID, it's really, good businesses will still be valued highly. And ones that did well in this environment still will be. The one area I think will be beneficial a little bit is, I think the private equity competition and ability to pay is going to be helpful, in that I think the days of aggressive leverage is going to be a little harder. Yeah. And so, because we don't like to overpay, we actually end up in that sort of, it's kind of like, I want to pay just a little bit more than private equity can. And so as long as they can't pay as much, then it's a better situation for us. But, I haven't seen it yet. And honestly, we don't like things that are stressed, or, we wouldn't be interested in it. So, we're only going to be interested in businesses that have actually done well during this environment. And those, I will say, if you're an owner, though, private equity or even individual, like the what we were seeing last year, to be honest, was a lot of these really fast growing startups going out and seeing if somebody would just be stupid and pay a fortune for them.
Yeah.
And it was sort of one of these like, and they get bankers all ginned up that, you know, hey, if you can get somebody to pay us, you know, this ridiculous multiple, then yeah, sure, we'll sell. And those are kind of a waste of time, you know, to a degree. I mean, they might get it, who knows, but we're really careful about not participating in things like that. And you know, that should be helpful, because I don't think those are going to be, you know, I don't think you're going to see those. I think you're going to see people deciding, hey, I want to sell. Or, you know, my view also is, you know, I think this has woken up a lot of entrepreneurs who might be struggling right now and might be struggling with operations or people, and saying, you know what, this is tough. B, what if there's a wave 2 here? Or C, you know, I hate to say it, you know, the world, not just us, but everywhere in the world, we have set a precedent that if something, it doesn't have to be COVID, it could be anything new out there, that everything shuts down. You know, the world shuts down effectively in order to clear this out. And that's the precedent that's been set. And not arguing whether it's good or bad, it's just, if you're an owner of a small business, you know, it could scare you enough to say, hey, I'm selling and getting out now. Yeah. And that'd be very good for us.
Brian, have you, you know, as we're doing valuations in this space, you know, it's gotten more complicated, I would say. So, you know, we're doing the traditional, you know, discounted cash flow analysis and market multiples and things of that sort. But, you know, we're using multiple scenarios. You hear all the, you know, discussions out there around what kind of recovery we're going to have. Is it a V? Is it a U? Is it a W? Is it no recovery? Is it an L? And you know, or the Nike swoosh kind of, you know, recovery. So it's you know, I'd say that doing valuations has become more complicated. The other thing that we're seeing is kind of a calibration approach. So because valuations are so uncertain, maybe today, okay, let's go back to what was the business worth as of 12/31, and then maybe adjusting that for how, you know, prices have changed. Now, you know, having said all of that, you know, the Dow's at, you know, almost 27,000. And so you kind of look at that and, you know, it's very different at 27 than 18. So any thoughts on that?
So I'm in the camp that I just, any of these that end up at the same place it was before are just wrong. Like any VW, whatever you want to call it. Like, will things get much better? Sure, but you know, I think the Nike swoosh might be the closer one, where it just gradually gets better, but doesn't get to 100%. Does it get to 75, maybe something like that? Like, at the end of the day, people's behavior is going to be changed in the future, and it is going to hit certain industries that will come back in a big way, but never where they were before. And I think you'll get a subset of people who'll be afraid to go out anywhere or do anything, and that'll hurt the economy going forward. Now, I do think things will get better, and I think a vaccine will change people's, you know, will obviously change people's behavior, but not completely, you know, and not everyone. And so I think, honestly, I see the market and kind of think to myself, boy, like, people are not really paying attention to the long-term recession issues here. It's almost like, okay, everything's going to open up and be back, but we're in for a long-term recession. Like, the hospitality industry isn't coming back to where it was. Bars and restaurants aren't coming back. You know, they'll come back to some degree, but many will fail because people won't be going out. And so you'll have a lingering hit on the economy. I'm in the, you know, listen, will unemployment end up, you know, it doesn't go to 3.5 again. Does it end up at 7-8%? That's kind of like the new normal. Like, that's bad. Like, that's a really bad number. Like, I know it's terrible today, but if you look long term, that's a recession. You know, that's where, and that's what we're gearing up for. I mean, we're a basic consumer product company selling laundry detergent, toothpaste, cat litter. And we're deep into recession planning right now, and going, okay, next year people are going to have less money. Okay, what's that going to impact us? You know, pack sizes, dollar sizes. So I won't get into all of our details, but that's really our thinking right now is this is going to be bad and we need to be prepared for it.
Brian, we're at, about 15 minutes before the hour, and there are a few questions. Do you have any tips or thoughts, concluding thoughts before we get on to some of the questions?
The thing that's interesting is we haven't experienced it yet is, the actual act of kind of doing a deal and how you depends on the deal and how you're going to execute the environment is something that is going to be pretty interesting. We're like everybody else in the middle of the conversation about what's the office going to look like, who's going back, how many people, who's essential, who's not. And it's it's an open-ended question I think somebody like us would struggle with a complex business in multi-countries, multi-site, or where you have to rely on a management team. That's my really interesting piece of this is if you're buying a brand, integrating in easy, we could do that. But this flawless deal that we did last year, we would never do today. Like that required 10 visits, getting comfortable with each other, getting comfortable with the management team. And that wouldn't happen on Zoom calls. We wouldn't spend that kind of money or have a $425 million earnout on Zoom calls.
Right.
So, the world is, I'm personally anxious to get back to the office. I miss my office in a big way.
A lot of us do.
Yeah, I really, really miss my office. In fact, I think I was lobbying our CEO the other day, and I joked with him, and I said, am I on the first wave to be an essential employee back in the office? And he just laughed. And I was like, no, I'm really serious. I have an 11, 8, and 4-year-old at home. I want out. I want back in.
Got it. So I have a few thoughts. I mean, number one is, valuation, on these deals is really critical. I mean, you just can't overcome paying too much in my opinion, and so it's, I've seen it with your deals over the years. There's solid deals, and the proof is in the pudding with what you've paid. And part B of that, what I would say is being different isn't bad. Your math is just a little different than everybody else's, and I think what that means is sometimes you say no to deals that people think might be in your sweet spot. On the other hand, you end up doing deals that sometimes are surprising. But again, the proof has sort of been in the pudding.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, it's funny. After we did our last deal, I have a sheet that has like all the metrics for every deal, everything traditional, ours, and he asked to see it updated. And he literally called me and he said, you have an Excel problem. Like you must have some issue with your Excel because the last 3 deals all have the same EBITDA multiple.
Yeah. And
I looked and I thought maybe I did. So I went in and looked, and no, it was literally the most random thing, but it wasn't random. It was actually ended up being it was very telling because it showed we look at every deal the same way. And I had no clue. I didn't even know what the EBITDA multiples were on the deals. I couldn't. Right. And they just, because of the way we value things, it ended up being about the same. So we're very consistent. And that was like the ultimate proof that, my God, we didn't even notice it. And they were literally to the point, the same.
Got it. One other point I'll mention, and again, this doesn't necessarily apply to you or Church and Dwight because you're not necessarily doing, IRRs to support the deal, maybe to help us, but not necessarily to determine on whether you're doing the deal or not. Is what we have seen is that the deal IRR and the company's discount rate have really converged. In the past, what it used to be is, let's say if your company WACC was 8%, you do deals, not Church and Dwight, but others would do deals at 12, 13, 14, 15%. Yep. The deal model is inherently incremental, whereas business get operated fully loaded with corporate overhead and things of that sort. And so, as we've seen, that difference between the IRR and the WACC diminish, I think what we've also seen is that there's no cushion and there's a higher likelihood of impairment.
Yep.
And so, anyways, I point that out as just kind of an interesting point. So there, Brian, there's a couple of questions here for you.
Fire away.
Yeah. Well, here's, by not focusing on startups, do you miss innovation? How do you come up with innovative?
Yeah. So, in our space, I'll give WaterPick as an example, or even Flawless. Like, innovation comes in every size. In fact, you could argue sometimes the bigger businesses actually have more innovation, quite honestly. They have more capability to do it organizationally, and you're actually picking up a lot more. It really depends. A lot of the startups we're seeing in the space, and this is consumer, don't really have innovation. Like, they're really new business concepts. So I'll give an example. Like, very popular business right now is on a sales growth basis is like a HIMSS, which is the online. You can buy prescriptions online. And people ask me all the time, why would you guys be interested in that? And I always say there's nothing to it. It's just all it is value added private label at the end of the day. So innovation comes in different forms. We get innovation sometimes through different areas. We actually do a very aggressive job with R&D and licensing and working with entrepreneurs where we license in technology. It comes in different forms. It doesn't have to come through acquisition. And so, yeah, it's honestly, the two most innovative businesses we bought were Flawless and WaterPick devices, with really strong engineering and constant innovation. So I'd argue they're startups, at the end of the day. And so you are getting it. It's just a different type.
Got it. Yeah. Another question is relating to the accounting treatment of contingent consideration, and is that sort of an important part of the process there? And just, maybe I'll just add. I mean, if when you have contingent consideration, if the individual is staying employed, it becomes an expense, as opposed to if they're no longer employed, then it becomes consideration. And so,
So it's always driven by transaction and value and gaps and what makes the most sense to both sides.
Yeah.
The accounting treatment, though, it's funny you actually brought this up, because this morning I met our new controller who just started, for our retiring controller. And we were actually joking about this because he's stepping into this $425 million contingent payment. And we were having a good laugh about the fun we're going to have with that. But it's, it comes up, but again, we even look at fluctuations on an earnout as a P&L, impact. It has nothing to do with cash. And so we don't sweat it that much, because you can talk it away, as a, sort of an accounting treatment. We've had swings up and down, and no analyst or anyone has actually really cared all that much, because it comes back to being a cash company. So we think about it, we know about it. We knew this one in particular was going to be a potential bigger swinger, either direction. But we just said, the business is the business. If the business does well, great, we'll deal with it. If it doesn't do as well, that's why we paid a low price for it. That's why we went into it with, I want the initial payment to be a low price in case things go sideways. And part of that discussion was to, quite frankly, minimize any impairment. So buy it really cheap. If it works out, great, we'll pay you. And if it doesn't, we've kind of insulated ourselves from those kind of discussions.
Got it. And last question, Brian, it's kind of a follow-up to this. Do you only do revenue or EBITDA based earnings, or do you do others?
So it's a funny question. So we've only done net, it's called net sales for us. And we've only done sales. And it's been an ongoing discussion. I will say, it really depends on the level of which you need to do work with them So, and your control over certain P&L. We want more control over the P&L. We want to be in control of operations and some areas that we really want to integrate anyway. So we've avoided doing any kind of an EBITDA number because it's really complicated. And we've just decided that, maybe if we had a totally independent business and they were had full control over the P&L, but I don't think we'd ever do that. So for now, it's been all net sales, and it's worked out. With 3 of them, it's worked out pretty well. I'll say we did one other one that had very aggressive net sales targets, and we did that one differently, and that one had a base. You had to get to a certain level to get anything, and we did that on purpose for a lot of reasons. But it was kind of a listen. Yeah, if you get those ridiculous projections, fine. Like, I'll pay you.
Right.
Congratulations. But in our mind, we weren't exactly valuing. I don't think we put any value on the earnout because we knew what the model was likely going to be, and so we kind of gave them the carrot that if things went great, you can get more money.
Yeah. It's interesting, again, given the number of deals we see with earnouts, that revenue and EBITDA are probably the 2 most common. In the life sciences space, we see all kinds of, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, sort of thing. And I will say, one time I had a client where the earnout was, if you acquire one of our competitors that are located in France, there was a payment that was to be made. And of course, at the time, our client said, the buyer said, no, there's a 0 probability of that happening. And quite frankly, like 3 or 4 months later, they acquired that company. So it's, those kind of situations, I mean, you might as well throw a dart, right? What's the value of something like that?
I will tell you, it wasn't in an earnout per se, but we have done things like technology-wise, where there's like an upfront payment, and then there's contingency payments based on, if you get certain FDA, if you get certain claims that you can make on a product, we'll pay you X amount. If it's lower claims that don't give us that much benefit, then you don't get anything. And so we've done that where it's if you can get us a superiority claim that's better than the competition and your technology gets that, we'll give you a big number. If it's the same, then it's worthless. And, we've spent, a low amount of money to take a chance. So it's, we have done, I didn't count that because we weren't acquiring anything, but we will do creative things like that as well.
Got it. Well, Brian, thank you so much for your time. It's enjoyed.
Pleasure.
And if anybody has any follow-up questions, feel free to reach out to Brian or myself. And I think you can connect with us on LinkedIn as well. So thanks.
Great.
Hey, great having you, PJ, Brian. Thank you very much. All right. We got just a couple minutes for our next session, so I'll get a little transition slide going. You're ready to go.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Our next discussion is bridging the gap between corporate development and integration. And our speakers are Kison Patel, CEO and founder of DealRoom. Devora Bertucci is Director of Corporate Development at Microsoft. Kim Jones, Senior HR M&A Manager at Microsoft.
Great job. All right. You guys all ready to go?
Yeah, it's quite the introduction.
Yeah. She's getting good at it. She's going to take over my role pretty soon. Now, let me get my notes over here. All right. Joining me today, Deborah Bertucci, Director of Corporate Development at Microsoft. Deborah's an experienced M&A professional with a background in finance, law, and a passion for technology and media. Also joining me today is Kim Jones, Senior HR M&A Manager at Microsoft. Kim conducts due diligence research and all HR-related integration activities as part of Microsoft's M&A programs. Today, we're talking about making an acquisition successful and creating value for both sides isn't easy. There needs to be a partnership with corporate development and integration that drives negotiations to structure a deal for success. For this panel, I've recruited 2 industry professionals to share how they collaborate and explain why negotiation sets the tone for integration. Can you each give some background on your involvement in M&A at Microsoft? Deborah, let you kick off.
Sure, I'll start. So